welcome to Hoshido's second podcast night. We are Hoshido, and I am Okami. We also have Goku, Rin, Didi, and Black Falcon, and Gemini, our crew, together in on Hoshido podcast. Thank you for all the audience that are currently here. We are now live, and we're ready to get this going. We'll get the hot topics going right off the bat. Are you guys excited for this?
No.
Oh yeah.
We can only wonder why.
How's it
Rin, we can only wonder why.
Woo!
I'm
All
pretty
right.
excited
And
for it.
I'll have you all introduce yourselves, even though I already did. So go ahead. I'll start with Rin.
Hey, it's me, Rinson Arva Evangel. I hate everybody. Not joking.
Lovely intro. All right, we got Didi.
Didi, vice captain of the man himself, Okami. Nothing, but just call me Didi. Just wanted to have a good time and so let's start some hot topics, baby.
All right, and Goku.
This is Goku. Everybody knows me as the vegan Goku Taco baby. Everybody knows.
And Gemini.
I don't really feel like I have to introduce myself since I got so many comments last time. So, but for those who do remember me, I guess hi to all of you, my little fan club. I'm just here to chill, okay? So don't I'm just here to answer the questions, my opinions. That we're all here to just talk, chill, have fun.
Just get out that preemptive. Please don't kill me.
Yeah, really just.
Gemini, you were dealing with so well last time. What's the difference this time?
Oh no, I have no difference. If they want to comment and whatever about anything I'm saying, I'm just saying there shouldn't be any hostility. But if there is hostility,
yeah,
I
no
welcome it
hostility.
with
No,
open
no,
arms.
no.
Oh wait. We have one more person to introduce, and that's Falcon. Go ahead, Falcon. Introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Falcon. I'm a gamer, conservative, and I like
Garbage gamer.
I'll have you know I just had a 4-kill streak in one round in Valorant before I died in this round.
What's your account KDR?
This match is 12-6.
Your account KDR.
This match I have 12.
Your
kills
account KDR.
with 7 assists.
What's your rank?
Okay, so let's get right into the fold of things. All right, guys.
All right.
All right.
Yep,
So
yep.
first question of the day: do we need gun control or more restrictions on purchasing guns and owning guns?
I want to start. Gun control, yes. More restrictions depends on the restriction.
Okay, wait. Question: are you talking about nationwide?
Yes.
Nationwide.
On a federal level.
Okay. I would say that because this rule usually goes by state, right? And the states usually have this mostly a say in it, right? If it's on a federal level, I feel definitely they should have more restrictions on it, but and it shouldn't be too easy to get guns legally or illegally, but at the same time it should depend on where that person lives, how high the crime rate is, things like it should all depend on the person's safety and whether if they are willing to harm themselves or harm others. So if they're sane enough to,
Oh, so
basically
okay.
a screening kind of thing,
So let's go. This question will be for both you and Ren, since you guys answered it first. What more of gun control should we even have? Like, what would be your policies?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure. I can't think of like a single piece of legislation to propose that would make a significant difference. I'll
Hmm.
be honest. I can't think of it.
Well, may I say
I
something?
mean, how do you stop that? I mean, where do
Yeah.
most kids get their guns from? What? Their parents, right? Or
Well,
like locked up, or like
Like,
friends and family.
like for example, like in that case, like it's a straw buyer. We already have laws against straw buyers.
Yeah.
Right. So, what
So,
more
you,
kind of control do we need on
like you,
guns?
what are you gonna do? Make it more illegal? Like I can't think of something that would be actually effective.
yeah,
Yeah.
because the freaking black market's out there, man. Anyone can purchase anything from there.
There's not. I
Well,
know.
I mean, all right. So it's interesting you brought even the black market up for guns because those are even more
Yeah,
illegal.
super
Exactly,
easy to
that's what
get
I'm saying.
Super
too.
illegal.
Like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what,
but
but
It-
like
I,
if we
I can
put,
tell you right now in Texas, I can go. Like, this is wrong, but I can go. I can find a gun. I know I can. I can walk down so and so. Not gonna say. I can get a gun right now. That's how easy it is. So I don't know what they're talking about. Like how, yeah, you can get caught with it, but it's so easy to get because of they're making it so illegal to
Okay.
find.
Wait. Let me ask you a question, Goku. Okay. Is it are these kind of guns that you can find with serial numbers on them
Oh,
or without serial numbers?
with or without price
Okay,
range.
that's too that's because if they don't have the serial numbers on them,
You know,
welcome to
that's
the beta
illegal.
unfortunately,
testers, Gemini.
it's price ranges. Like I hear this all the time. Like I got this and this. I was like, how? Oh, Bill, shouldn't you go? No, it's got the cereal. So how the hell did that happen?
Well,
So
see, because
there's
if it doesn't have the serial number on it, then they can't track it. So that's why they usually scratch the serial numbers off.
yeah. So, but I don't know. I don't know why or how, but it's just possible. It seems stupid.
I would say to be careful to not get the ones with the scratched
Definitely don't know.
serial
I'm
numbers
not
off.
getting any
Yeah.
of those. Either
That's what
one.
called sketchiness, my guy.
now that like I asked a question about whole gun control, why do you think people would advocate on gun control or even more restrictions on purchasing guns? And why do you think that it would benefit this country if
Um,
that were the case?
why? It's easy. Like, and that's not me to condescending. Like unless you're like really out there to try to educate yourself on legislation, the easiest thing to do is just say, oh, just make more laws and make more things legal. It's just the easy solution, but that's not always the possible solution.
Yeah, because as it's shown uh within the past with restrictions on certain things, it shows a certain rise in illegal activity. So just because you put restrictions on certain things doesn't mean that it's going to put a stop to people getting these things. Uh, but yeah, if you were to put how, however, however you would put more restrictions on these things, uh, it would give people a feeling of a safety net. Like, oh, I feel more safe in my community now
Right.
because of this thing that I was so afraid of that we didn't have control over before. When in reality, they just
Okay.
did not
Okay.
look, have the research. They didn't do the research to, it's easy for them to follow a politician to say, oh, I'm going to do this, 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 and this, you know.
Like,
I have a question for you on that one, Gemini. So you
Okay.
saying that? What if the area was bad though, and they had to like, for instance, like mafias and gangs? For instance, do you think the law really is gonna protect them fully from that? Especially when those kinds of people just get their stuff from, like, the really illegal means.
Well, no, see, that's what I'm saying. Like you can put as much restriction on whatever it is you want. People are still gonna find a way to get it.
Exactly.
So, and I mean, we already do have screenings for mental health and what have you for, if you, to show if you are capable to even buy a gun.
yeah, but
It's
even
very rigorous.
But even then, you can still rig. You can still rig it. You can trick those things.
yeah, but that's the other thing. Like, people have to be screened for it, unless you're going unless
Yeah,
like
Unless,
outside
unless
of like Psycho Pass Future. If you guys are familiar with the anime Psycho Pass or the movie Minority Report, unless we have a society or technological advancements like that, I don't see how we could actually fix it.
I use for gun control.
yeah,
I think
because
I've talked this over with Okami before, and I agree. To like, it's never gonna be.
It's too hard. I mean,
it's
It's really
never gonna
hard. It
fully
really
be.
is.
It's
I
never
mean-
fully gonna be perfect.
no,
No.
absolutely not. There has to be some kind of level of authority. That's basically what it comes down to. It, whether you're holding the gun, whether the other opposite side.
Yeah, and the reason why they thought of the screenings in the first place is because they don't want somebody with a criminal record to have these. They don't want somebody who's incompetent
No, absolutely.
or somebody who has had a, history with psychological problems to have these things. They have a very thorough screening, so it's
Well,
not as easy for
of
people
course it's
to
not
get
as
guns,
easy.
but is it easy for people to get guns illegally? I would say 50-50.
Wait, so
Mm,
isn't it kind of like on the same, on like fireworks? How come they don't limit people like on huge ass things that could explode and kill a massive amount of people?
Wait, what? I'm
Because
sorry.
they limited like fireworks, like two amount. No, get me right. No. I know I'm throwing it off like a left wing, but you can get some badass fireworks. They can really do some
yeah,
damage.
but who in the right mind would make those kind of things?
Yeah,
That's a complete
exactly. But you don't. There's no big.
Well, yeah, there's always a possibility too. So,
Sorry,
back
I was
in-
throwing that out.
Here's an
No.
incoming question regarding what we're all talking about here. So, like, if we were to impose, m- much stricter gun control, right, where it would limit our ability to get specific types of guns, like an AR-15, for example,
Mhm.
and we start banning specific guns, wouldn't that cause a much bigger issue down the line, as like maybe like rise in crime?
Okay, well, specifically on like, say for example, banning specific guns, like banning the AR-15. I think that's more of a facetious thing because most gun deaths related to crime aren't done with rifles; they're done with handguns.
I don't know about that. With one of those
I-
mass shootings is usually with.
Yeah, but
With
yeah,
rifles.
like you're comparing like the mass shooting that happens every once in a while to the
Well,
hundreds of people
actually,
that
the-
die
this year,
constantly all the
there's
time.
a lot of mass shootings.
Yeah,
But
like
that's
for
cool.
like Baltimore, Baltimore's like my favorite whipping child for this one. Baltimore had nearly, I think it was like 300 murders 1 year in the first 6 months.
So wait, can
Like it's
uh,
yeah, in like certain places, like there's a lot of like gun crime, but it isn't mostly done with rifles.
But I
Well,
just
what
feel
is
like when it comes to
wait,
mass
hold on.
shootings, though, it just goes
Hold
with
on.
like
Wait, that's a good question to bring up because like, what is the biggest? What is the common gun used for mass shootings or shootings in general? Let's actually pull that up
let's pull up the
actually.
statistics for that one.
Okami, what was the question again?
No, I was just generally saying like if we were to start, banning specific guns, right? Like
Uh,
slowly over time, kind of like what Canada is doing, but except they're starting to ban every gun now. Wouldn't it increase the crime rate in America? Because I think most in certain areas of America, their crime rate is low because people have guns in their own households.
Oh, you're right.
So it would cause like a deterrent for home invaders to try to come in and
Oh my god.
engage your home.
Actually,
Well,
Ren, you're right on that
uh,
one.
I
I'm surprised
got it.
actually.
Oh yeah, that's another thing.
So
I
I
know
just
it's
want
like sorry, I just want to get to it. I know it's controversial to say because it's usually used as just like a right wing talking point, but like a lot of gun crime happens in these gun free zones. And
in gun-free zones.
yeah, gun free
Yes.
zones. Like it's almost as like I don't want to sound like an asshole, but it's almost as though like if you go ahead and say, "Hey, we don't have firearms here," people who are like this other thing like that people just have to accept that there are evil people in the world who will just do evil things to people maliciously. And when you go ahead and you like broadcast easy targets, they're just going to go for them.
So what you're saying is don't try to broadcast, that you don't have guns.
Yeah, because the evil people who will get them eventually are just going to see you as a prime target.
Right, but
I went to the same
aren't
sportsman
people
show.
generally could like potentially be a prime target anyway? Due to the sheer fact that we do have home invaders that take their chances with people's homes. Like
Yeah.
yeah, like I'm not saying this is going to be an everyday occurrence, but I would say that situations can happen where that does happen. Now, does it happen like 24/7? Absolutely not.
Go ahead,
Does it
Jim.
happen often enough? Sure. Like I could say that when people would like, for example, the doorbell ring thing, right? There's sometimes it records the home invaders coming in with like Glocks and stuff, and sometimes people would fight back with a bigger gun, and they thwarted the invader. Um, I'm trying to figure out where I saw this from, but I mean, at least to me, in my opinion, I feel like um, if you announce that you don't have any guns, I do agree with you there, Ren, but I do feel like uh, if you do announce that you have a gun, wouldn't that also make you a somewhat of a target as well?
In what way?
Well, I don't know. I'm just thinking. I'm just saying, like, wouldn't that kind of make you a target for an attack? Like, oh, he has guns. We must steal his guns and whatnot. I'm just
Um,
thinking the opposite side of things.
um, I, I find that mentality difficult to believe. I mean, I know the saying most criminals are stupid, and I can definitely believe some idiot thinking that, right?
Right.
Like, it's like, oh, this guy has guns, so we can just break into his house and take his guns. Like, I do see someone thinking that, but whether that being like a a good idea, um, I think that's a really dumb idea. I mean,
Yeah, I know. I do too. I definitely think it's a really strange and dumb idea.
yeah,
Oh,
it
look
is.
at Goku's chart here. It
Yeah,
actually
that's the
did
one that I
show.
pulled up before too, and
Yeah,
Ren
it
was right
actually
on that
did
one.
show. Yeah, you're right, Ren. It showed that handguns are actually the biggest ones used when it comes to mass shootings or gun shootings in general.
I just
I
feel like
believe.
that's a little bit skewed. I'll say skewed, but
Well, you gotta like it's like this is like this. So mass shootings are bad, yes, and mass shootings when three or more people are injured or killed in an yes, are really bad. But the majority of like, but that's not the majority of crime, and it doesn't make up the majority of gun deaths. Majority of gun deaths are,
Mostly by handguns.
yeah, people.
Yeah.
One guy shoots another guy in like a mugging, a robbing, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Like
I feel like because it's
Baltimore,
because
Detroit, south side of Chicago. Like these places have that happen a lot.
that's yes, but it's just because handguns are very easy to use and you can move freely with it. When it comes to rifles, you kind of have to lurk your way around
Yeah, they're
in a
not
way.
as concealable and portable. Yeah.
Exactly. So usually, when I come to like mass shootings, I feel like that's more of a, how would you say, in a bigger setting for mass shootings. So usually, for instance, like schools are the standard ones. So and that's what I was more referring to when it comes to like that kind of stuff with like rifles and such. That's what because they have obviously.
Um.
Okay,
Oh, can I?
so
Go ahead, Connor, and then I have something.
it's okay. You can go first.
Okay, so I have a viewer here. He has an interesting point. So you know how guns are legal and people break into homes with guns? Why are body traps illegal? What if I don't want a gun, but I still want to defend my home? I could just design a booby trap. My
You were
bad, not
just
body.
booby traps
Yeah.
are illegal. Knives, guns. I was
Okay.
just talking about this
Alright,
today.
alright,
It's
but let me finish.
Mm.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I could just design a booby trap to zap my intruders. I'm not allowed to do this. It's illegal, but at the same time, they trespass. I do agree with that.
Yeah, but they're trespassing in someone's home. Why can't you protect your own home and your own in yourself?
Actually, I think
Yeah,
I
Well,
already
yeah,
have
I
this
guess.
different while reading
that's
about
his
it.
But
point.
you're intentionally. There was a thing for it.
Yeah,
Reason why
there was
government intentionally inflicting damage upon an uninspected
An
individual.
unwanted visitor.
Yeah. I think that's what it was. It was like,
But at
what?
the same time, they're
They're
breaking
going
into
to
my
invade your
house.
property.
Exactly.
It's
What
primarily
you
because
literally, it's your place.
I forgot the
Yeah.
name of
That's
the
what I'm
actual.
trying to say.
It's the same thing with shooting somebody in the back and like when they're trying to rob you and try to
See,
kill you
but
and run off and you shoot
Okay,
in the
that's
back.
a different case.
this here, this
Oh,
is
no, for
where
booby
I
traps,
believe
the thing
that.
is okay. For
Okay,
booby traps is that it doesn't have a specific target. It's open to random, and any
Yeah.
passerby can go through.
Yeah, I get it.
That's the
Well,
reason
you
why
can
with a
program
weapon like
it.
an
this
armed rifle, you can pick your target. For booby traps, it's drop and
They're
pick.
indiscriminate.
True.
this is where I would actually want to live in Texas, because if you if someone comes onto your property, you are allowed to defend your property.
That's
Well, not
To
just
an
that. You
extent.
just defend yourself in general, not
they
just
do
with
that in
this,
Jersey.
but with guns yourself, because you're able. It's a gun-free state, so
Well, they still have rules and regulations, though.
true.
So when I imagine that it's coming down to your stuff, your well-being, your place, and someone's breaking and entering, you are fully allowed to defend yourself. And
Yeah, I feel like that's by that moment it's self-defense.
yeah.
It
So
literally is.
so whether you have rigged booby traps or you have a weapon to defend yourself, whether it be a gun or a knife or whatever, you're defending yourself. That person broke and entered into your house.
Yep, exactly.
You're trying to burglarize,
Your property.
Yeah.
I don't condone that behavior. I condone self-defense, but to the original question of if banning guns would
Solve
slowly over
everything.
time
No.
would no, if
Well,
banning guns would
Well,
slowly
it
over
dep-
would
time
solve
well,
increase
everything.
the crime rate.
it depends specifically on what is the goal you hope to achieve by banning guns. If your goal is when banning guns is to greatly reduce gun-related deaths via murder, or even I'll even throw in suicides. Um, yes, but will it decrease murder overall? I don't think you're going to see a close like one-to-one, equal
You're
drop
not
in.
gonna see a massive
You're not going
drop
to see
in
a
it.
massive drop in murder
Yeah,
if you
Yeah,
ban guns.
but it won't go
because I don't.
down like to a good amount, but it's still not gonna solve everything.
You're
That's the
still
whole
gonna
thing.
like I think just to throw out like just play numbers. Just like I think if you do ban guns, you might see like an 80% decrease in gun murders, but you might only see like a 20% decrease in murder overall, which
Yeah,
some
like
people may say is a good thing. But there's also the
But the chances of
possibility
happening is still happening.
that you ban guns, you get the 80% decrease in gun murders, but then you get an increase in other related crimes as well.
True.
yeah, and also and this goes nationwide for us in America. I don't know whoever else is listening around the world or whatever, but uh, depending on your experience, um, and this could mean like military or whatever, you can have civilians who are X whatever, and they can get up to military grade weapons, including RPGs.
You'd be dead.
I am not lying here.
Now, no, you say that you mean like live RPGs? Because I know people see like empty tubes of
Yes,
AT4s, and those are like worthless.
I mean live RPGs.
Okay.
And it all depends on like what experience you've had. Um, if you have the certifications to get the weapons, then you can get the weapons. Um, but again, rigorous screening process.
I don't, to be honest, Gemini, sorry to cut you out. I don't know how in the world someone has a certification to even have it besides the
Okay.
army base.
Okay.
Honest
Go ahead.
explosives.
Okay. So, I remember what was it? There was I forgot what state. It was somewhere in California where they did. I think it was California where they did a gun buyback program, and I remember one news. I think I'm gonna assume it's Vice. Could be wrong. Vice was covering it, and they're like, "Oh, look at all the stuff that people brought in," and someone brought in an AT4 tube, the launcher for an AT4, and they're like, and then
Yeah.
Vice is just like, "Can you believe that someone owns a rocket launcher?" It's just like you guys
Yeah,
do
what?
know that once you fire an AT4, the tube is worthless.
No, but the fact that you can still launch it and
But yeah,
how big is the radius?
well, but that's the thing. Like, if like, how do you know it was launched? I mean, if I had an
But
if I was a vet, right, and I had like AT4, an old AT4 tube, and if I could go ahead and scam the government, hey, I'll give you my worthless AT4 tube, and you'll give me $500. Sure, what? Yeah.
like let's talk about like the fuck. Okay, I forgot. I lost my train of thought. Okay.
And imagine if we were able to somehow even keep like something explosive.
Okay, yeah. What I was thinking of, gun enthusiasts, right? And how, like, okay, like, remember FPS Russia?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
how
Yeah.
he
there's
he
live.
would get
Remember that.
all these outrageous kind of guns, and
Flamethrowers and stuff
he
like
had
that.
he would have like RPGs and shit and all this other stuff, and you'd be
I
like,
was like, God,
how is he getting this stuff? He had to have some kind of certifications, some kind of stuff that
but isn't
they
this the
would
game though?
say what?
Is this real life or is this
Yeah,
game?
he's like a
No, this is
YouTuber
real
that
life.
presents.
He's a
He was an
YouTuber.
actual person. He was an actual
Oh,
YouTuber who was a gun enthusiast, and he would show what these types of guns would do on certain things. That was his whole thing. And he wasn't really Russian. He just
Like
put on
those
a fake Russian
yellow
Yeah, yeah.
accent.
jacket bullets he would shoot, like the dragon ones. Those are crazy. Load.
But like, so how do gun enthusiasts like him get the type of guns that Or,
okay.
you know,
Well, one, I don't know if he had a license, but there is a license that you can get where you are allowed to own, fully automatic weapons and other stuff like that. There is special licenses, but
yeah, like
usually those are
military
restricted.
grade.
Yeah, but usually those are restricted to people that are, um, less that do some kind of like informative content or stuff like that. Like I'm pretty sure the guy Ian from Forgotten Weapons, he has a license. He's allowed to own stuff like that. But
That's crazy.
wait, what was that?
I'll say that's crazy.
Yeah. But like he runs a channel. He talks about interesting weapons. Historical thing, like stuff like that. And
Yeah.
but also have another thing here. From my viewer, he says, honestly, I feel gun violence is rising because of multiple factors, but it all comes down to it's easier to purchase guns. I used to have to go through a background check after approval you could buy the gun. Now people can go buy guns online. They can lie on the MI 21 years old confirmation boxes, and on top of that, there's this new thing called ghost guns where people can 3D print most gun parts as well.
I didn't even think about 3D printing. That's
Yeah.
yeah, that's scary.
But typically, there is a federal-wide background check that you have to go through, and all registered gun dealers have to do this. So all registered commercial gun sellers have to do this, and they have to do a federal background check with the ATF, which is done via your social security number. So you can't really lie on that. So one thing I don't like the terminology of the gun show loophole is because at a gun show there are those licensed commercial dealers, and they do have to do your background check, but you can't really do a background check on a person-to-person sale. So let's say, hypothetically speaking, I go to the gun show and I have my collection, and I'm not a licensed or registered dealer, right? But as an individual United States citizen, I can sell my property to someone else, and the government has no say in it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where the idea of the gun show loophole comes from, for the most part. And I don't really agree with the terminology of it being a loophole.
Well, because
I do think
if
that's a
you're-
bit of a problem, but I'm not sure if loophole is the proper way to. Because loophole is like a way around the background check, but it's not a way around it because it's not something. It's not exclusive to a gun show. I think that's the big thing that bothers me.
Well, because if you're at a gun show, they still have to background check you. They still
Yeah.
have to put you through a type of,
And then you don't even walk
Screening.
away. Like if you are doing it through a licensed dealer, they can't even. You don't take the gun home there. They have to ship it to a nearby gun store in your state, and you have to pass the background. Along with the federal, you have to do the background check specific to your state as well. That's
yeah.
There are
So
a lot of checks and balances. It's just that there could be failures at every state.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
Holy
so
crap.
I don't think it's easier to get guns unless, and this is a very
Unless you
big
have a lot of
unless
money.
you go through the black market, and the black market is not exactly an easy place to get to.
Well, not
Dark
just that,
web.
too. The amount, just the
Um,
sheer amount of money you need, finances, it's ridiculous.
Yes, that too.
All right, so we got an add-on question on top of the gun control questions that we're getting right now. The add-on question is: do video games cause gun violence?
I love how
Yes,
Rick is automatically
yes, what was that guy named Jack Trenton, the lawyer, the anti 2K guy? Yeah, he was absolutely right.
No,
GTA Vice City.
Rockstar.
Yeah, he was
I've never pulled
Take two.
anybody out of their car.
Yeah, anti 2K.
He was anti-Rockstar.
Throw them on the ground and kicked them a couple of times before I got back in, stole their car, then ran them over.
Yeah, Jack Trenton, absolutely right. I played GTA and as a kid, and I was buying hookers and then murdering them right there in the alley. I was a monster.
I knew it. That's why you had such a high score. always had the
Good
lower
old
score
days.
than you. Damn.
Goku, you might as well be imprinted in there, baby.
Oh,
Into
that's
those
funny.
GTA games. Be a pimp.
All right, you
Um,
guys ready for our next segment of question?
Yes.
I was gonna add on to that. I don't think video games cause any violence,
I do
gun
think it's a
violence,
silly
or
question.
anything
I don't.
like
Yeah,
that.
and I'm in agreement with you, Gemini. Mhm.
It's like, okay, so like Rin was saying, right? Is that this lawyer, whatever the hell his
I
name
I
is,
think it was Jack Trenton.
I can't even remember his name is, but he was basically going off the argument that
Video games cause real
a
violence.
type of, yeah, but basically it's like a type of media causes violence. It's like, well, we watch movies, we watch TV shows, they're violent.
We listen
Why
to
aren't
rap.
we listen to very angry music and stuff. Why aren't we out there doing the shit that is in the TV shows or in the music? It's the same exact argument,
Because we're
which
sane
is
individuals.
why
Pain, and we know how to separate ourselves.
Yeah, that's why we
which is
spawned the whole
why
red pill, blue pill thing.
the lawsuit fell through and no one has
Yeah.
ever heard from him ever again.
What's this? Oh, I got something here. So I can agree because I know there are some parents that buy anything for their little Johnny, and when 10-year-old Johnny plays GTA, sure, he gets some murderous tendencies. But I can disagree because just because it's a violent video game doesn't mean people play it to be violent. When I was a wee lad, I liked to play Taxi in GTA 3. You know, I like to do the paramedic missions
Wow.
myself. I like to do the paramedic ones.
Dude, I love doing the ambulance ones.
I
Listen
also have a
advice.
comment from another audience member. They're saying, "Oh, we should also ban super soakers."
Ban Super Soaker.
Um,
Nah, that's
Why?
summer
'Cause they
fun. You gotta keep those.
why? Because they
Summer
resemble
fun.
guns.
for what reasons? It's freaking water, dude.
Yeah, but you already know that.
Obviously, you could put acid in the super soaker.
Dude,
Gosh.
you
You
can
could
do
put
that.
acid into Super Soaker.
At your bottled
Jesus.
water
If you're a parent
sprayed
that
on
doesn't
somebody.
know how to do,
Yeah,
like,
just
literally
mix
take
a
care of your
little
child,
soda
yeah,
and
sure.
Mentos in there too. Go,
Good
super
lord.
soaker.
Put acid into Super.
It's just acid. God.
Okay, we do not endorse terrorism.
Be
Don't
firm
put
on
acid in
that.
super soakers in the UK.
All right, we'll move on to our next hot topic. And this is for all of you. Should gay marriages be allowed in Christian or Catholic churches?
Oh, this again.
They're building a house.
Um,
Not gonna
I absolutely not. Because to say, because I like, this isn't me reading into the text of, like, the wording. To say that they should be allowed implies that you are compelling churches to facilitate it. That's wrong.
I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying there.
Yeah.
I already spoke my piece on this last time. I'm not gonna.
By all means, open your mind to it. What was it that you said?
One more time, Gemini. For the viewer.
I said that that it either Christian church. Well, last time it was Christian churches, but now it's Catholic and Christian churches. But I feel like they should be allowed to get married in Christian or Catholic churches. Um, Mostly because I don't feel like it's like they're forcing themselves onto the church, because if the church is more than welcome, like if they're welcoming to the same sex couple and they want to do a marriage ceremony there, then that should be fine. If they're not okay with it, then that's that should be fine too. That they should just move on to see if they can get a ceremony at a different church. You know, so that way, like, no one's crossing boundaries.
Okay.
It shouldn't
Yeah,
be like
I am definitely with that. That's exactly what I would say. The same
So,
thing. So
it
both
shouldn't
parties should
be.
know. Yeah,
Yeah, it shouldn't be
so
like
I think
what.
the people they're going there too. So if someone's like
Gemini, this is my
marriage,
question
they
now.
should. Everybody that's gonna go there should already know. Hey, this is what's happening. If you don't like it, don't come.
Gemini, since you
Okay,
say that way, then
yeah.
how do you feel about the Christians just ousting that
What
on the
ousting what?
uh gay people?
What do you
Just
mean?
they don't allow it at all.
What? Oh, you saying so?
Yeah.
No,
Well, okay,
okay,
so I'm
so
gonna
this is
elaborate a little bit on what Didi is
That's
saying
different.
here. I'm just gonna elaborate a little bit on what Didi is saying there. So I I know there are some churches out there that do allow gay marriages within their churches, but there's a good majority of Christian and Catholic and even Orthodox churches that do not allow gay marriages within their churches. And they're protected under their religious freedom in
yeah,
America because everyone is allowed their religious freedoms.
I believe in
yeah,
my
So
which
church
is
you're allowed to be gay, but you can't be married gay.
right now, am I not like I'm not saying that they shouldn't like be married or anything like that, and it is within their choice to be with whoever they want to be. That's not what I'm saying there. I'm saying more that they shouldn't ask a Christian or Catholic church or even an Orthodox church to perform a ceremony for a gay couple
oh
because
no.
yeah.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, first the couple should know if it's okay with the church to do it. They should first know that it's okay for the church to do it, and the church should be okay, like, the same church should be okay with performing the ceremony. I'm not saying that because I know not all Christians, not all Catholics, not all Jewish people, whatever, they're not all um they don't all hate gay or trans or whatever kind of people that are out there. So I feel like the those kind of marriages should be allowed at the behest of both parties. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but remember the churches that do not want to perform such ceremony shouldn't be, their rights shouldn't be
Oh
infringed
yeah,
on.
no,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that at all. I don't think that you should force an establishment to marry the two of you if it's completely against their religious beliefs.
Yeah.
If you're gonna be a bigot, be a bigot. That's fine.
Wait, so are we like all in agreement? As long as you're not compelling the church to do it, it's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah,
I think
we're
that's
well, at least
Okay.
I'm in complete
yeah.
agreement with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Oh, well, we went through that one really smooth.
We all
Yeah, I don't think
agreed.
there's not
Well,
really that much.
for the most
Yeah.
part, yeah.
We
All
all
right, this
agree.
is
No one cares what
we're going
Falcon
back
thinks.
to the second chapter of this part of the debate that we had on the last podcast, actually, and it's the prostitution debate.
Oh, we're back
Oh,
Now,
here.
Oh
Do
no.
not ask Lynn.
no, everyone has the right to speak here. That's how
Damn
this
it.
works. So we're gonna ask the question again. Um, should prostitution be legal in all states of America?
Yes.
um. Ooh, okay. That's actually a different question because that's saying should prostitution be legal on a federal level?
All
Um.
Yes,
and
that is something that I've heard that the left side has been pushing for.
I'm
I think a case by case. I think on a federal level, no. Definitely on a state level.
yeah, no.
I don't think legal
feel-
prostitution would be a good idea in certain states.
Let them have the cake and may the
Yeah.
fortune take them well.
I feel like that's something that Nevada, like something like like a state level. That definitely should be something the states should have more control over than something federal. It shouldn't just be like, yes, hose for everybody. No, then you're having
Lord
like
got my pimp hand.
then you're having the I mean, obviously, yeah, there would probably be like healthcare to a governmental level. There would probably
kind of
be like,
healthcare?
some kind of, you know,
Fuck yeah,
but
full dental.
I feel like there would still be STDs passed around somehow. I would still feel uncomfortable about that, and it's not, yeah, no. It's a
Free
very
mouthwash and a toothbrush. Every
Free
I would feel like
mouthwash and a toothbrush for every hooker.
I feel
Is
like
this,
That's
is this
I
our
feel like it's a
hold on.
business.
Is this our regulation act?
I feel like it's a
Mouthwash and
business that
toothpaste?
has to be
That's a regulation when you're doing prostitution. It's just
Holy shit.
I feel like it's a business that has to be really, cut and dry, not
well, it
like
is the oldest profession in the world.
Well, see,
yes, but
I don't agree with prostitution being legal on a federal level. Because like for one, and this is not something that I personally feel. I feel like there's like a statistic to this. Like if we did, like hypothetically speaking, I feel like we'll have a lot of rise in health issues all around America. STD,
yeah,
AIDS, you name it, syphilis, gonorrhea. There's a lot of we
Let's
couldn't
go
even
back to
stop
the 1800s.
coronavirus. Like yeah, we have coronavirus forever and we can't even stop that. What makes us think we can even regulate, the healthcare for prostitution workers?
Okay.
yeah,
And
even
that's all I gotta throw out as a comment on
e-
here.
even
Especially for
even
people
if
that
we
do want to push for legalizing prostitution in its entirety. Because I know there's some people that say, sex work is real work, so prostitution should become real work and not looked at and shamed at. Well, yeah, it is the oldest
okay,
profession in the world, or at least one of the oldest
but
professions in the world. But I don't think it's going to implement well if on a federal level it gets legalized in its entirety. There's a
for
lot of
those
things to
people,
rework.
tell them to become escorts. They'll be fine.
yeah, I
Mm,
mean that's already out there. Already out there.
I'm sorry.
Say that again.
I said for
Escort.
those people who say that sex work is real work, it's okay. There's a difference between a cam girl, like OnlyFans, showing off your body online, masturbating, whatever, to to however many viewers you have for like $50 at a time, to selling your body on the street. But if you want to sleep with other people and you want to have clients, become an escort. Just become an escort. That's still regulated by the government. I don't know how, but it
Well,
is.
wait, all right, hold on. Let's pull that up actually, because I don't know too much about that. So let's see. Is escorts actually regulated by government?
Jamie, pull that up.
let me see.
I'm actually typing in myself. See. Well, that falls under the same thing as prostitution, from what I typed.
Yeah, I
Black
feel like
hole.
I feel like
So
escorts
I
are the
don't I don't think
workforce.
that's regulated by the government. I think if you're talking about what was it?
Prostitution is illegal in all states except for certain parts of Nevada where it's strictly regulated. Some
Oh,
states
actually, good.
statute punish
I have two
active
things here.
prostitution.
So my viewer says, should prostitution be legal on a federal level? No. And I have a reasonable explanation. Some people simply don't want to live in those kind of environments. And he also brings up the health issues, STDs. But
Oh, okay. So there's someone that does agree with me on there. Okay.
Yeah. And go ahead and like also bring up something. So what is it called? Like, what is that? What is it called in Japan? You know, when for example, those places that you can go to where you can just pay to have a girl to hang around you and talk with.
Oh wait, you're
Those
talking
are
about
host
the
bars.
you're talking about like soap lands and
Hostess?
entertainment
Yeah,
districts.
those are.
It's
Yeah,
more
what
like
what is that
hostess.
called? What is that called?
Yeah.
Entertainment districts or soapland. Like
Yeah.
there. Okay, so that is very different, and I'm not like I can't fully speak on it because I didn't go there to go to soapland or anything like that.
There's
Ha, ha, ha.
also
But
there's also hostess restaurants and
Yeah, that's what it just says
host
hostess.
restaurants.
yeah, but it's odd because like most of the time those places aren't mainly they're not sexual really. Like
No, they're not.
No, they're
sometimes you're
not.
just
Yeah,
No.
no.
sometimes they're like you hire a girl just to talk to them.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
a lot of
exactly.
people
Yeah.
in the West like think that they're
Oh,
girls that
they're
are,
called rental. They're called rental family services.
no, but that's different, Goku. We're not talking about like that. We're
Oh,
talking more on like the sex
oh,
industry
oh,
type
the
thing.
nasty part.
Yeah. So but like see that's the thing though, like when you go to those kind of services in Japan, they're not what you expect them to be. They're not the same thing like in France because I've been to France and I can tell you right now, you can easily find a prostitute right on the street. They're pissing right on the street, literally.
Oh
Um
God, that's a
yeah.
terrible
I
image.
even have old footage of me in a tour group like walking around, hey, yeah, we're having fun in France. It smells like shit here for some reason.
Wait, in France?
But all of a sudden you turn around and you see three prostitutes like squat over and piss right on the street, and that's a norm in France. It's not shamed at. They actually do this. They piss right there, right at your doorstep out of a store. But that's not like that in Japan, where these girls just talk to you. They ask you about your hobbies or they fucking clean your ear
Yeah,
or
like
sometimes give you a massage. Like it's a little weird. It's different.
it's nice though.
They
Sounds
keep
very
it
nice.
PG 13.
But like if people want like that sex industry kind of thing, France is where to go because they will do exactly what your fantasies desire. Go wild, I guess, because they even have the Moulin Rouge over there in Paris. Yes, I've been to Paris, and yes, I've been around the Moulin Rouge
What
and
the?
the red light district of France.
Oh, okay, that's what that is.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
you can pull
uh,
it up. Like you can actually see
there's
images of
also
this
a
all
red
over the
light
place.
district in Amsterdam.
But going to what I was saying about prostitution in general, I don't like. Is it fine where prostitution is right now? I think so. I don't think we should go any further and like legalize it on a federal level. I think that's ridiculous.
Can you get at least 2 more states though?
Oh my
I
god.
think one state is fine. I think Nevada is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. My viewers bringing up the uh, bar rump in New Vegas. I mean, I said New Vegas, Nevada.
In New Vegas. Is this Rainbow Six?
Fucking Fallout.
I think
I know it's a
one
thing in
state.
Atlantic City, isn't it not? Like I'm pretty sure in Atlantic City in New Jersey, I'm pretty
You
sure
know,
there's
you're right. That should be
prostitution.
the new setting for the next Fallout game. Atlantic City.
Uh,
Fallout Atlantic City.
Fallout
I don't think
Atlantic
it's
City.
I don't think it's legal in Atlantic City.
Oh, is it not? Oh, I'm not really sure, so I haven't really looked into that.
The only place I've
But
been
this will
to
go
Atlantic
into the
City
next
was
segment. You guys ready?
the
All
Borgata.
right, hit me.
Oh yeah.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
All right. Should we have universal health care? How would this affect the healthcare system and the economy?
Okay. Should
No,
we have
because
it?
look at France and Germany.
Uh,
You see their teeth.
I feel like that's
Good
okay.
deal.
So I
the
personally
Brits?
feel like that's a very loaded question. Should we have it? Of course, everyone. I think everyone would wouldn't disagree. Like, yeah, it'd be nice if we did, but like, is it? I think the real question is it feasible to have?
The demand.
Like, because I had
Yeah,
this I had this talk with somebody else about the universal healthcare question. And so what I did is that I asked them, okay, so let's just say hypothetically speaking, right? There's 300 and how many people live in America right now? 320 million, 360 million, right?
Somewhere along the lines of, yeah, between 300 and 400.
Okay, so and every one of them has the right to see a doctor, right?
Yes.
So let's just say, how many doctors do we need in order to meet that demand?
Yeah,
This
that's
is
what I'm saying.
right. You are right.
Can we compensate for every those kind of things? That's why we have different ones.
Yeah, it's the feasibility of it, right?
Yes.
That's like also it would be like having almost every doctor's
But
office
then,
become a clinic, and you, you would have these massive
Oh my god.
lines or
Yep.
waiting rooms of just like people waiting to see a doctor
oh
just
yeah,
for them
like in yeah, and that's
yeah,
what happens in places in like the UK or Canada. There's just so
yeah,
many people. The waiting list is quite long actually
Holy shit.
because
Yeah, and
it
I think that's the
becomes
other big problem with universal healthcare. Because if we had
too
universal
bloated.
healthcare, there would be a huge line. The wait time would
uh-huh,
be horrendous, and you would never see care immediately as you would want to. We would be flooding urgent care in the numbers, and it would just be outright horrendous.
Yep.
But yeah, I do agree with what you're saying there, Rim, because like if we all would love universal healthcare, that would be a magnificent. But like how
Yeah.
we would implement it is
That's the
a fairy
question.
tale at this point.
yeah,
And I do
we
because and then there's the other thing with like the cost of it. I don't think the
yeah,
cost is too big of an issue. The problem would be I would think the cost would largely be inflated by the bureaucracy within the medical system.
yeah, the cost would definitely we'd have to hire more doctors, and we would have to they'd have to uh increase the space of the waiting rooms, and
No, no, no,
even
no, no, no.
that
Like, it's not like a
would not even
physical
be enough.
waiting room. It's a waiting list, like getting appointments.
No, I get that, yeah,
Like
but
anyone who shows up to an emergency room, yeah, they get seen. Like, because the way it is right now, anyone who shows up to an emergency room at a hospital, they will get seen, right? Whether you have coverage or not. The other part
yeah,
of like the point when it's like universal healthcare is the coverage of these visits. It's less so that's the issue, and then the other issue is having personal physicians. Being able to, like for in my case, being able to go see a doctor about my diabetes or something like that. And then that's when it
yeah,
comes to like for example, when I like when I went to the doctor about a year and a half ago. I need to go to the doctor. I have diabetes. I should be doing this. I would make an appointment, and if I was lucky, I could see them maybe once every month and a half, 2 months. Because that's just just the scheduling. It's just like, oh, when's the next time? Our next appointment that we have available for you is 2 months from now. Is that good? Ugh. And then when I get there, I
yeah,
have to wait
no,
like an hour and a half. I don't even know what the fuck's going on. There's only like 3 people here. Why am I waiting an hour and a half?
yeah, but
Yeah,
yeah,
that's such a a grueling wait, honestly. And like I'm not gonna say that our healthcare in America is perfect, but it's damn well better than most
It's
countries.
sustainable.
I remember
It's
there was a lady
Oh
there.
yeah.
She
Nowadays
actually
you get
walked up.
healthcare easy.
Or there was a lady. She actually walked up to the reception and she's just like, "I gotta go to work. Like, where is she? I've been here for an hour and a half already." And she's been there longer than me because I was only there for like 30 minutes. And she's been there for well over an hour. And she's like, "I gotta go to work. Like, what's going on?" And they're like, "Oh, they'll see you when they're available." And I'm like, I see the doctor right there behind the thing. It's just like, just what are you doing? I'm never going back to that place. That place sucked. Find a good doctor's office, everybody.
Finding yeah,
sometimes I
finding good
feel like the doctors just like make like they like to make you wait. It's just kind of like
It's like that. What's that Heart Stop Lucas video?
Yeah, they did a Seinfeld episode. Remember, like you go into one room to wait, and they just to bring you to another
The
room
room to wait.
more. It's like my whole life is waiting rooms.
And then
I
the
gotta wait for the
doctor's right.
DMV. I gotta wait for the doctor's office. I gotta wait to get it. My lights. I gotta wait to go to work.
And then the doctor is right there with you, sleeping on the bed next to you.
Oh my god.
That's a real nightmare situation. But yeah, universal
here's a real
healthcare.
big
It'd be
doozy.
nice, but it sucks.
All right, you guys ready? All right, so this will be a complete change of topic here, but here's the question: should monarchy systems be allowed to have some governmental power returned to them? If so, why? If not, why do you believe they should just outright disappear and completely?
I know I talked with this about with Connor already. But there are some in some case, at least in the case of like New Zealand, or was it Australia? It was Australia. Australia or New Zealand, like where the monarchy does have some level of power, and they had the ability to just call pretty much purge the parliament and then have a general election to replace everybody. But like it's usually reserved in the most extreme situations, and with that I'm kind of fine. But like with the saying, like for example, if you were to say like, oh, should the royal family of the UK have actual power? Um, Not Prince Harry.
Or
um,
Meghan Markle.
or Megan. Yeah. I think there's definitely a place for it. Like as like this as like a nuclear shits. All right, this is really bad. We need to start over. Yeah, I think that kind of power is fine. But like actual like everyday day-to-day decision making, no, that should be left up to delegations and representatives of a parliament or a congress. I think
So
that's
kind
the
of like how
ideal.
it is, kind of currently for the UK, because
Yeah,
I believe that
you have the
they
parliament.
still have a monarchy system going on in the UK, but
Yeah,
I just
it's
believe that the royal family don't have any military decisions.
no. That's because they have the parliament and the House of Lords, and that's where all most of the laws and decision making actually happens.
Oh, okay. Because I know, like even in Japan, Japan still has their monarchy system going on that people tend to forget. They still have an emperor.
But he does have some power, but it's a very limited power, but not so like limited is like little, but like not meant to be used. You know, Almost like it's like an emergency failsafe, right? Is it?
So you believe that they shouldn't have like some return power to government?
Um, in the case of like participating in government and kind of like an executive branch, like we have a president, I would say no. But like as a they should have some power, like in some capacity. Like I said before, a nuke the system, start all over kind of thing is fine. There's probably some other situations which I think it would be fine for monarchical powers to be used. But like I do believe that like if the system becomes too corrupt or too loaded with bureaucracy, there should be some other institution of power that can correct it. So
Right,
that
and
yeah,
I think
and I think
that's
that's fine to leave that up to a monarchy.
yeah, and that's where I was saying that I think that's where monarchy can step in and return if they can't, if the own government can't sustain itself, right?
Right.
I think that the monarchy should step in and you know at
Um,
least bring in some kind of guidance somehow, shape, or form with some authority.
but I'm not a monarchist.
Well, if we have an absolute monarchy,
Yeah, I'm not.
I
I'm
don't
not
know
for that.
how
I'm
that
not
would
for that.
affect the
I
world,
am not for
but
that.
I
Yeah,
like
'cause
again, like we don't know how an absolute monarchy would affect the like this current modern day world that's changing rapidly.
aren't there like
I
absolute monarchies though?
feel
Not
No,
in like large,
not
not in
no,
large
not
nations,
not
but smaller
there
ones.
not
is there's
anymore.
actually a superpower that is an absolute monarchy, and that's Saudi Arabia.
It is okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, they also consider papal the papal states where the Pope is to be considered a absolute monarchy because
The Vatican?
yeah they consider that because he has power there.
well, they also
Wait,
have their own military as well.
yeah, I know the Vatican's an
Yeah.
independent nation.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
Yeah.
have their own. They literally have their own military.
yeah, but Is it like in Helsing where they like have like the knights that dress up in the
Are
KKK
you talking about
garb?
the Swiss Guard?
No. You don't remember Helsing Ultimate at the end where they bring in like they declare the Holy Crusade?
I,
It's
I don't
in Helsing
I don't
Ultimate. You don't
think
remember?
it's like that.
Oh,
No, no, I remember that. I'm just like I'm trying to think like because I've been to the Vatican, I've seen like the Swiss Guard and all of them.
that's cool.
Yeah, like also I feel bad for them too because they're sitting in grueling heat with the fucking pike that they have next to them.
I
But
think
yeah, like to be honest, I don't really know. But I will say that they do have their own military for as far as I know. How does their military act? I don't know, but they
Bakafrito.
do. They do have their own form of CIA and whatnot too, so that's even crazier. How they function and work, I have absolutely no clue either.
The religious secret service.
The religious secret service, yeah, they send out exorcists around the world, hunting demons left
Uh,
and right.
I think how a absolute monarchy would work today would kind of be like just short of a dictatorship. I it because
Remember, a monarchy and a dictatorship are two different things. There,
no, I know that. I'm saying an absolute monarchy though, because absolute monarchy is the one at the top has all the power. The royal family has all the power. It's not like a
And you peasants better be lucky to get our scraps.
yeah, it's kind of like that where a dictator is kind of the same, just they have a government system uh hiding all of that shit. um so yeah, I'm talking about like more dark ages monarchy than the kind of monarchies that we have now around the world, which are more like constitutional. um Fucking I can't think.
Cool. Our monarchies are cool. Your monarchies are lame.
wow.
But anyways, yeah. So definitely I agree with you guys that it would that it's something that they would only have a say in some things where people who actually know to what to do, like about governing things, should do the actual governing.
Why do I only get it?
But okay, so like for me, I do actually kind of believe that some royal families within the nations that partake in monarchy systems. I do believe that they should have some like I wouldn't say like it's hard to explain this, but like I do feel like they should have some word when it comes to their governments and senates that they have set up. I feel like they should have a word in there too, right? Now, when it comes to military power, I feel like there should be a balance and checks on that as well if we were to return some military power to royal families, because we wouldn't want a whole Game of Thrones going on.
Oh, that'd
Oh,
be
I
so
would.
badass,
I would
though.
love to see that. Yeah.
Right, but like it's just to avoid, infighting within a nation.
Yeah, I get that.
Right.
No, nobody wants to see fucking um, you know.
Because like I think even
Speak for
Canada has a
yourself. That shit
monarchy
sounds
system going on.
badass.
No,
Yeah,
nobody
doesn't
wants to
Canada
see
have its own?
Spain
Yeah,
in the Dark
Canada has a
Ages.
monarchy system, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they technically, yeah.
Yeah, America adjacent does, yeah.
America
I see what you
adjacent.
said there. Okay, so this sounds like we can move on to our next topic at hand.
They're American hillbillies. They live up in the hills.
All right, so this is going to be an eye catcher for a question. It's a little bit a monkey wrench in here, but are UFOs real, or are they just a form of mass hysteria in which people make them up to believe that UFOs are real?
All right, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
I'm gonna say that it's
I believe in
50-50.
aliens. I'm going to say that right
I'm
now.
gonna say I'm gonna say it's 50-50 because I'll say that there are times where people are in that headspace where it's um they're overtired, they're overexhausted, the mind plays tricks on them, and they have um a type of hysteria about them. And then I feel that there are times where you're wide awake and you can still see things like that even in midday
All right,
because
all
they
right,
have
bet.
footage of it. So
All right, 100% aliens are real. Ancient aliens. Watch
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
The
Aliens
next
are
time
real.
you get kidnapped by, all right, when you get kidnapped by aliens, don't come crying to me.
Yeah, or me.
Who doesn't
no,
believe in aliens?
I'm not.
Who
I'm
usually
not saying. I'm
disagree
not
right
saying
now?
I don't believe. I'm
You
not
gotta
I'll
saying
be
I
get
like
don't
straight
believe in
probed
up
up the
aliens.
enemy
ass.
cheerleader.
No, I'm not saying I don't believe in aliens. I definitely do believe in aliens. I'm just saying that the instances where people see these UFOs 50-50. Half of them can have this hysteria, while the other half can totally see this for what it really is. Does that make sense?
So you don't believe in aliens.
That's what I
That's
just
not
say.
what I'm saying.
But that's the important question.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Do you or do you not believe in aliens?
If this is a totally unrelated question to the main question, then yes, I do believe in aliens.
But you don't believe in UFOs. I believe in both.
Oh my god, shut the fuck.
Oh, dude.
uh,
But do you guys believe that there's a possibility of aliens being out there?
Absolutely.
yes,
Absolutely.
we can't just be the only ones here.
I
in the
think yeah, I think
universe.
it's an absurd idea to believe that we're alone in the galaxy. I think that's a silly notion.
It's also a bit narcissistic to think that that we're the only ones here. Oh, we're so freaking
There are other
important. Oh,
Goldilocks
we're
planets out there.
yeah. DD is sleeping.
Is he?
Yeah.
Was
No,
Yeah,
that
he
he's
was.
not. He's perfectly fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
was that a snore?
yes, that was.
Oh, that's what you sound like.
That's how. What? That's what I sound like.
Yeah, when you
What?
fall
Wait a
asleep right
minute.
before D&D starts.
Oh, shut up.
Oh my god. Okay. Anywho. Moving quite along now. Serious question now. Should we reform our education systems to encourage old traditionalist ways, such as how men should be gentlemen and women should act properly as traditionalist women?
Oh, that I would say no. If those are, I don't think a school should be teaching that. I don't think that's a place for us. At least, like, because if you talk about reforming, you can only reform public education unless you abolish private education, which is insane to me.
Huh. Okay, so I feel like you should. Okay, if so, you don't know how some kids are going to come out, right? And now, okay, now what kind of schools are we like putting this to?
I think that it's a general thing, so I would say for all.
General public
Uh,
school.
all schools.
Yeah.
Okay, see now I don't agree with all schools. I agree with um maybe high school because that tends to be where more of the behavioral kids come out, and that's where I feel like where more of you should know when to act like a gentleman and when you can go off and fuck around. Same thing with women. I'm not saying they should be reformed to be traditionalist women, but they should know when to act like a lady.
Them is
And
both the same as blasphemy.
because in a way, it's important to know when to act like a gentleman and when to act like a lady. Not so much as in the traditionalist sense, not, you know, do you understand what I'm saying, right? Like not so much like where the guy has to open up the door, he has to do all the work, he has to be the breadwinner because it's 2023. Like
I don't.
roles can be reversed. Um,
Go ahead, Rin.
Yeah. I was just gonna say my viewer. He says, example, public schools, no. Catholic religious schools, probably. Charter schools, probably. Yeah, I don't think a public school has any any state sanctioned education doesn't have the right to teach, morality and how people ought to act.
That's gonna go into another question I'll have in a moment.
I I just think that you know, so when kids are in kindergarten and going up to elementary and middle school, that's fine. They can be kids, they can discover whatever they want, everything like that. But as soon as you're in high school or whatever kind of school that'll be, you should be taught to be a gentleman or a lady to a certain extent and know what situations to be in that extent, if that makes sense. I'm not saying to reform the entire school system around it, because that would be just fuck all, but that would be too much, right? But if you've seen behavioral kids, right?
Right.
You've been around behavioral kids, right? Where they belong in like remedial classes. Take those kids, show them how to act like
Like
gentlemen
Tyron
and
Evans,
ladies,
yeah, fuck that guy.
and
Keon White,
yeah,
fuck that
Like
guy.
Tyron Evans.
Terrell Cox. I just naming off people that I fucking hated in high school and elementary.
but
Especially
you
that
know what I
Tyron
mean,
Evans.
right?
Threw a
Like
basketball at my head. Dominique Brown.
show them how to be gentlemen and women, and you're good. It doesn't have to be in the traditional sense, but yeah, that's all I gotta say about that.
So you believe only specific schools they should teach mannerisms?
Um, if I feel no, see, like I feel like it should be in public schools because I feel in public schools they have the sometimes the worst cases of behavioral students, and
Yeah.
uh, and I'm saying high school mostly because high school is where you reach your growth spurt and you're out of that, you're 14 going through 4 years of what is definitely going to be something, things that you're going to be taught more so. So why not have that ingrained in you? But yes, certain schools like Rin's viewer was naming some like Catholic or some boarding schools, and yes, public schools, maybe even vocational schools. It would help with a lot of the way, uh like let's say the kid
That is so
has
fucking.
behavioral problems. Let's say the kid has behavioral problems because there isn't a parent in the picture, because the parent treats the kid terribly, right?
Right.
You know, something like this could help them.
Is that something you believe in, or
That's something I
Bro, that blade is unreal. It comes out. He dashes in so fast. It's ridiculous.
yeah?
No, I'm just saying it could possibly work, because then you're having teachers who will show discipline, and they'll show that they can actually care about the child.
Right. Now, this will also go into a very controversial topic, but
Mm.
adding on to what you're talking about here, uh, so then should we allow teachers to implement gender studies in elementary and kindergarten classes?
Absolutely not.
No, no.
It has no place there.
So
No.
you feel like it's wrong to have gender studies in elementary and kindergarten classes? So to teach children about the different
But
genders.
that young.
No, no,
I
no, no,
mean,
no.
because
Because all right. So the thing is with I'm gonna use the term gender ideology because it definitely is an ideology. It does teach you how what ought to think and what is does teach you the perspective of what is morally correct. And quite frankly, that really has no place being taught to children.
I actually, Goku, you talk. You were trying to say something, so you go ahead, say something.
no, I mean, I don't feel like I don't feel like any of those things taught like during that small like that age. It's like they shouldn't have to know this stuff. They're not old enough to even use any of these parts of their body, like they any of like none of this stuff. Like it's just two people, like two
Oh,
friends.
you're coming in and out, Goku.
Yeah, go repeat what you were saying, Goku. You were cutting in and out. No, I guess he went to fix his mic. But while we're waiting for him to
Okay.
fix his audio issue, I'll even add on
Um,
more to the question. Should sex and gender be a separate definition?
It's sex and
I
gender.
always I always thought they
Um,
were. I always
I
thought
can
they
agree with
were
that. I can
separate.
agree with that. Yeah, I can. I can agree with that. Yeah.
So, if you agree with it, define what is sex and gender and what's the difference between both.
Sex is your biological sex, whether you're male or female. Gender is your performative expression in society.
So, when you mean by expression into society, you mean like anyone can be a be a different gender in society, is what you're saying.
Yeah, like for example, let's just say like so. your gender is definitely informed by your biological sex. Um, like let's just like take it way back when, right? Hunter gathering society, right? Um,
Right.
Male and female sex always constant, right? But the gender, so men, the gender role of men in those societies is to hunt, and the gender role of females in that society is gather, right? So and so these are the performative expressions of base, informed by these sexes. And I think that is different because the performative expressions can change. Like, I can't think of a specific one, but so in our hypothetical, another society, the gender expression for women is to hunt, and it's reversed. That can happen. If that makes sense.
Oh no, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Um, I always like I always felt like they were two separate things, but now we have people who are uh mixing the two up, right? We have people who are saying, I identify as a woman, right? And that's not what gender is. Gender is either if you're
Well,
straight or, this, that, the other thing,
Comes
what
down to two
your
camps:
gender
solid or
role
fluid.
is. Um, sorry, Rin, what were you gonna say?
no, go ahead and finish. I have something to explain away that.
Uh, and your sex, whether some people may like it or not, is what you're born as when you come out of the womb. And if you have something between your legs, you're a guy. If you don't, and you have a slit between your legs, you're a female. So it it's just always been like that. And now for some kids to be taught as Rin put it before, gender ideology and things like this in public kindergarten and elementary schools. Jesus, uh, they're too young. They're too young to even understand what any of this is. They shouldn't even be bothered with any of this, and they definitely should just discover who they are on their own. They shouldn't be pushed to feel a certain way or to be a certain way
Right.
through the school's agenda. Uh, that's really it. So like, Bryn, you can go with what you were going to add on.
Okay, so like the explanation I was going to give you that there is an effort to conflate the two. Are you familiar with the term or a group of people known as gender abolitionists?
I'm not too familiar with that, so explain what that is.
Pretty much gender abolitionists are like there is no difference between sex and gender.
Okay.
Like
Oh, and welcome,
yes,
welcome to the stage, Arachno.
sex and gender are a social construct,
Right.
which
So you're
is it's not. They
right,
are
right, right. But like, so you're saying they're pushing for the idea of conflating the two definitions.
yeah, and pretty much it's a Mott and Bailey tactic where they'll go ahead and they'll say something like, "Oh, there's no such thing as gender is a social construct," which to some extent it is. It is a social construct that is inferred by biology.
Well, yes, I was going to say that, like, to an extent, sex and gender are social constructs, but that's only to differentiate the what men, women, and the what gender we associate ourselves with are. That's really all it really is.
Okay, so you think that sex and gender are, well, I will say this for everyone. So sex and gender are two separate things.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with this. Yes.
Okay, so
I
they
agree.
shouldn't it shouldn't be further confused. I'll add on. Oh, well, Goku, you're back. You can answer your earlier question.
And what the hell was I saying again? Can you
Who
guys hear me
knows?
now?
I don't fucking know. What
Who
were you talking
knows?
about? You're crazy.
I don't know. Something about the kids playing in the sandbox should have to know what sex are.
Well, previously we were talking about should we allow teachers to implement gender studies in elementary and kindergarten classes.
Ah. Okay. No.
That was a simple no.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
just a simple
That's
no.
a good answer.
Good enough.
That's a
Yeah.
good answer.
I
Not needed.
Arachno,
Not needed.
wait, hold on. Arachno, that you're here. Do you want to add any comment, opinion?
About what?
Uh, uh, about should we allow teachers to implement gender studies in elementary and kindergarten classes?
In regards to what?
That was the question.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like
are you
how
looking for?
what exactly would these gender studies entail?
We're just asking the general question there. It's just a question in general.
Mm, I don't know. It really depends on how it's going to be implemented, in my opinion. It's like that's why I'm
Well,
asking what how is
well,
it
then pick
what
your
does
own
it entail?
specifics. Pick your own. Pick your own specific.
Oh, I get to choose. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Wait.
If
Give
it's
me a
if
second.
the question is
Makes it
vague on it,
better.
yeah. Then if the question is too vague, then talk about a specific thing that you believe. Then yeah.
Um. Well, I believe that if we're going by the whole gender is a social construct, I don't think people should be, restricted to societal expectations because of their sex.
Okay, wait. These teachers would be teaching gender ideology to kids who are in kindergarten and elementary school.
Mm, I mean, wouldn't it make more sense that, the topic of gender is more tackled during puberty where where kids start questioning these type of things?
Mhm. This is what I was thinking too. It's like,
I think
why so early?
I think no.
Why?
I think no.
Do they need to be
How
taught
come?
that early?
Like
Because
what do you mean?
I think that's adding more unnecessary confusion.
Wait, so cuz my stance is that when they're doing it while they're so young, it's already causing it's unnecessary, right?
Yes.
Um well for instance, like with this supposed gender study proposal, I'm assuming like that during puberty they're questioning, oh, why is it that the expectations of me in society due to my sex is not correlating to how I really feel? I think it would be important to be taught that, hey, you're you as the individual are not tied to certain societal expectations. Um, because you're always going to have anomalies that don't coincide with the traditional version of a what it means to be a man or a woman.
Okay,
However, I feel like it would be more productive to be taught to both genders essentials that are so for some reason restricted to only one or the other. So like for instance, I believe stoicism would be an important trait to be taught to women as well. Um, or like for what's typically taught with women, communication could be taught to men.
They never give
There's
it procedures
these
classes.
Um,
They
there's
give
these
everybody else.
traits that are mostly taught to one gender or the other that can be very valuable to both.
I'm confused.
Yeah, but that's not. But I wouldn't call that gender studies.
Well, like that's why I'm asking is like, what does the studies
What,
entail?
what do you define gender studies then?
Um,
Would you is that what you would define as gender studies?
um, yeah, I guess it's like make people more comfortable with their role in society.
We're talking about kids here. They don't have a role in society yet.
I
Right
know,
now, we're
that's why
the
I'm saying
question.
that it would
Right
make
now, the
more sense to have
question.
these types of studies when, kids
No,
are at an age of when this comes to question, like
no.
teenagehood.
Right. Oh, right now the question is just that would you be okay with a teacher
Teaching kindergarteners? No.
teaching kids in kindergarten or elementary
Yeah, I am no.
gender ideology?
No.
Okay, then.
This will go into another related question in a way. Now, again, this is going to be a little bit of a hot topic here. So, should children be allowed to transition? And we're talking, and there's an age number that was thrown here by one of the commenters. Um, from ages 5 to 11, are they allowed to transition? And
Absolutely not.
if
No.
so, how would this benefit them in the long run?
Wait, from what ages?
From
5
five
to 11.
to like 11 is illegal. Like they're saying, like hypothetically, would be a legal age for them to transition. Would that be would that be something that you guys would allow?
No. No, 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 no.
And if no, why so?
Okay, I'll give you my first reason why. It can, so at a very young age, like 5 to 11. Actually, let me give you a better example. There
Is this fast enough for you, Shin? By the way.
was my name is
Earl?
Jazz, right?
Hi,
And
Jazz.
was a it was a show about a 4-year-old boy who got transitioned into a female, and the decision wasn't even theirs, it was their mother's. So, growing up, they knew that they were trans, but as soon as they hit their 20s, they had no idea why they were feeling these certain they didn't know I they didn't know why they were having these certain thoughts in their heads. They felt like they had no like their childhood was robbed from them. They had to have a uh something stuck where their private parts were to keep themselves dilated, quote unquote. So that's a short answer for why you should not transition kids from ages 5 to 11 because it can m- mentally mess them up in the head. It can mentally mess them up and it can make them wonder who they even are and make them very uncomfortable on their own skin. And if you're familiar with transitioning, it's very hard to transition back.
Okay.
Right, because the procedures are not only very expensive. You're messing with your body on and your biology. Like we're talking about like injecting you with hormones, and all that. It's not good for your body, and there is a statistic rate of higher suicide rate from those that do transition.
Now, am I for I'm for someone transitioning more so if they're older and if they're comfortable with their gender dysphoria, and they know it's gender dysphoria, and they have lived in the LGBTQ life community before they do the transition. And then after they do the transition, if they're still comfortable with themselves, well, then good on them. But never, never.
Never.
Never, never, never forget the
I have
So-
a follow-up question.
Wait, hold on. Before that, Falcon, you have anything to add? Falcon?
Yeah, Falcon, you've been kind of quiet.
Good.
I think that's like for the good of mankind.
I was trying to get a kill.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
Yeah,
But
try.
Lynn, the same question goes towards you. Like, should children be allowed to transition?
No,
Absolutely.
government,
Oh,
damn. But it depends. Whose children we talking about?
We're talking about
Yours.
just children of America in general.
My children?
Yeah.
No.
Any children.
If I
Children
Would it
of
matter
America.
which children? Would it matter?
Wait, hold up. Children in America in general, Lynn.
No. If it's a white blanket, no.
And why do you believe no? Well, I guess there goes that. There goes that.
Great talk.
Oh, why? No. Because
Yes.
generally it causes damage and you're mutilating your child. It's direct mutilation.
So you're gonna consider that direct mutilation?
Yeah.
I can agree with him in a way.
It's the practical function. I'm a practicalist and a functionalist. So as you see it, that's the function of the operation itself.
And go ahead, Arachno. You have something you wanted to add? You said you had a question for someone.
I guess I can put it in my answer where, for me, I would only consider transitioning in very, very extreme scenarios. Ideally, if someone's struggling with their identity, I would more so prioritize social transitioning more so than biological transitioning.
Okay, and let me ask you, what is social transitioning?
They're allowed to wear dresses.
That's a kid being a kid. That's not really social transitioning.
Yes. Yeah, it's transitioning socially, not medically.
Right.
No,
Yeah,
I don't understand that. That's just a kid being a kid. Then, if
No,
a boy wants to wear a dress and he
You're a
wants
kid.
to wear a dress, let him wear a dress.
Okay, let me try to explain it to you like this. So, you can medically transition where you start taking hormone blockers or hormones or doing surgeries. And then there's socially transitioning where you take on the role without doing the medical stuff.
Yep.
right.
Yep.
I think that's okay. Where if you want to socially transition, that's fine. But if we're talking in terms of medically transitioning, that's a whole other ball game there. That's fucking
Okay,
you
but
up.
I don't see how a kid as young as 5 is going to have an identity crisis and is going to want to do stuff like that. And like they're just going to look at a dress and be like, "Oh, can I wear that?" And they're just gonna wear the fucking dress. Like it's not. There's
What's the
nothing
problem with that?
social. There's nothing social transitioning about that. It's a kid being a kid.
I mean, if we're still talking about kindergartners, then sure, I would just let them wear the dress. I'm more
Right.
so talking about like teenagers where they're like, hey, I'm struggling with my identity. I think I might actually be a girl. And I'm like, okay, fine, we can do the social transition. Like, for instance, pronouns or maybe change their name more like a girl, the works. And if they end up like pulling back and it's like, actually, no, I'm not a girl, I'm a guy, then we just change the name back.
So here comes my question for you then. So are you against children medically transitioning?
For me, it has to be a very, very extreme scenario
What is the extreme scenario?
where there has to be like sufficient evidence that if I don't accommodate, the kid might, like, I don't know, commit suicide or something.
Right, but like we're talking
But
about the
why?
healthier.
But why would the kid commit suicide?
That's the gender dysphoria, Connor. It's the feeling that all right. So
No, no, no. I'm talking about a kid.
yes,
Okay, so someone who's 5 is going to
Are
think
we still
of
talking about
committing
kindergartners?
suicide.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's why we mentioned the age group earlier in the
Yes,
hypothetical.
we mentioned the age group 5 to 11.
I mean, typically dysphoria doesn't set in until puberty.
Right, but that's why I'm trying to get. I think I understand where Gemini's confusion is coming from, but that's why I mentioned the whole medical aspect and why I asked you, would you be accepting to them to just transition at such a young age, given the statistics of how bad that would be for a child, especially if they're not fully grown and developed yet.
I mean,
Yeah, that's
realistically, in that scenario, if they just want to dress the part, I let them, but
But we're not talking about the social. We're talking about the medical.
given the age group that we specified 5 to 10 years old. Was it
5 to
11.
11.
5 to 11 year old? Is there any circumstance would be okay with medical transitioning?
again, like it would be very rarely, but it would have to be, again, a very, very extreme scenario. Because for
But
me,
elaborate what that extreme
I
scenario is.
see, for me, I see parenthood as it's my duty for my kid to live like a full human lifespan. If I could get them to survive for a whole lifetime, then I've done my job. Like I give them the essential tools to survive this life, and that's all my priority is at.
Your
And
priority
again,
isn't
I
to love
will.
your child. Oh.
Right, but that still doesn't answer the like full on question though. Like,
Well, I answered it with like the whole teenage thing. Even though I'm thinking it's more realistic that it would happen during teenagehood, if they show a very, very extreme case of gender dysphoria where it seems that they might resort to suicide or their self genital mutilation, I might have to resort to that. Because there are cases, though mostly they've been teenagers, where they extreme gender dysphoria would result in self mutilation.
That would be body dysmorphia, though.
right, but like we're talking about children like under the age of like 11 and under as we specify.
Mm-hmm.
So you would be okay with a 5-year-old transitioning medically?
If that's the only way to save their life, yeah, sure.
Or death.
I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree with that, but
Sure.
The only reason I was confused is because I gave
I'm just gonna leave it as
my
I'm gonna respectfully disagree with that because again, it's like what we mentioned earlier. There's a lot of medical issues that come with that. Now, you're talking about like if they were to think of suicide and whatnot. You know, I guess we have to study more in depth with children that are going through those stages. But if we were to enforce the idea of medically transitioning children at 5, especially at 5,
Hmm.
that's too young for them to transition. That's going to increase their thought process of suicide.
I
So
just
I,
gave
I
you a horror story of somebody
I don't think you
who's
guys
transitioned
understand
at
what
4.
kind of extreme scenario I'm thinking of, but
well, that's why I said earlier to elaborate on what you mean by
Yeah,
I've
like
tried, but it
at
seems that you
5
guys
to
don't
11.
understand the extreme scenario I'm trying to explain.
well, then please. Oh, okay. So we have a viewer that
Wait,
has a question for you, Arachno. Well, actually, they're saying the same thing we're saying. if you can elaborate what that extreme scenario is, because
You're
they're
you're
not
you're being too
understanding.
vague. Like you
Yeah,
need
you
something
are. You're
specific to
being a
work
Where
little
with.
bit
like,
too big.
okay, I tried to explain it that if there's any evidence that the kid is constantly, sorry.
The kid who is constantly.
Okay.
No, you're
Uh,
good. You're
a,
good.
a
Give me a
viewer on
second.
my side said that Arachno is obviously not a parent and doesn't understand how children work.
I mean, that's fine. All I'm saying is that the extreme scenario that I'm thinking of is, you know, for instance, even though I don't think it's likely to ever happen, um, like a child exhibiting like very, very severe gender dysphoria to the point that they're constantly attempting suicide, or they're doing like repeated attempts of mutilating their own genitals due to their, again, gender dysphoria.
Right. Can we like all right, so let's Goku, since you can
That
share
is
your screen.
extreme.
Can you pull up a chart on how often does that happen for children under the ages of
No, no,
11?
no, no, no. It's not an issue of how often it happens.
Right,
That
but
wasn't the question.
I just want to see the stats. Like, does this happen like often or not often, or I just want to see like how high is that in
Okay.
regards to in the medical field. I just want to see if there's any study on that.
But yeah, I do get arachno. Like in that specific case, I still don't believe I can justify it
No, and don't get
I
me wrong,
because
Arachno. I
it's just
understand what you're
they're
trying to
just
say. It's
yeah.
just I like again, like I think we need to pull up the study for that.
I
Like,
mean,
is there?
obviously there would be other things I would do before, you know, resorting to that, such as therapy and whatnot, but if that is the only solution that the professionals are giving me, of course I'm going to do all I can to make sure my kid survives.
I don't understand. I gave a very cohesive and brief of like I don't know. I just I explained
Goku, do you mind
best I
pulling up
could.
the chart?
No, I'm looking. I'm looking at. There's several different things happening.
Well, that's fine. Pull up whatever you can find because I'm genuinely because we talked about this before, Ragnar, and now that we have this question pop up again, I'm genuinely curious.
I mean, it's generally around. It's not about that. It's saying around those ages when they're actually.
Right. Just pull up the charts. I want to see that, and I'm gonna say this to the audience right now, especially whether it's Rin's, Goku, or my audience that are watching. Please be nice. I'm already seeing a lot of hostile comments. Um, we're all respectful speakers here. We don't need any hostile opinions. All right, let's see what we got here.
Please don't be bad faith or dismissive.
I mean, it's showing like there's different, but it's like the conclusion is like pattern. What is it, the gender patterns?
We
And so
can include children under 13 who presented after self-harm in the hospitals. Okay.
the like, oh my god, it just goes on.
Oh, okay. So there were statistics from 387 children aged 5 to 12 presenting in a study in hospitals in 2000 and 2016. 39% of whom were 5 to 11-year old boys, outnumbered girls 2 to 1 in 5 to 10 years. The numbers of boys and girls were similar of age. What is the statistic exactly on again? The proportions.
Of like like this hurt harming their self at that age. It wasn't. They couldn't really figure out if it was basically what like self mutilating what part of their self.
Right, but does this correlate to them wanting to transition?
Yeah,
That's
and
because
that's
like
what they
right,
there was nothing that they couldn't really.
right, because we got to mitigate that because
They're
like
so
there's
young.
right,
They couldn't
right.
say,
Hold on,
"Hey,
hold on.
yeah,
Because there's a lot of children out there that have depression and it's not for transitioning reasons that Addie
yeah."
is specifying. That's the study I'm trying to see. Now, I
I
Oh,
think
mean,
Addie did.
specifically, I don't
Yeah,
think I'd be
I,
surprised if there is a study like that done.
again, I would say that this would be something that would be recommended by me by a professional. Like, I'm not gonna have like these extreme incidents where the kid comes up to me and be like, "Hey, I have this. I want to be a girl. I want to be a girl." Like, obviously, we would take them to therapy, and if that is the only conclusion the doctor, or like hell, even one or two doctors give me and say this is the only thing that's going to save your kid's life, then I will resort to that.
Okay. Can I say something?
I'm not gonna. What's
Yeah,
it
Rin.
called? I'm not gonna automatically assume my kid's diagnosis.
Okay, can I say something? So I think what Arachno's trying to say is her hypothetical for when she would be okay with it is if her child, in that age group 5 to 11, is definitively, like, we've like engaged with this hypothetical in these circumstances. They are self-harming because of their gender dysphoria. Engaging with that specific circumstances. Whether do you agree or not, if it's okay to medically transition, that's the only, if medically transitioning is the only way to stop them from doing it.
Right, but I do agree in some extent with Arachno, that it should be left to like the medical professionals, like the therapists, to determine if that is the route that they need to take.
Of course.
Right, because like what Arachno said in respects, and this is for the audience to understand because I know there's a lot of heated questions right now. What Arachno is, trying to say is like, as I just stated, like, gonna leave it to the medical professionals. They're not. She's not gonna assume that whatever children need that kind of transition, she's not gonna go with it right off the bat. More or less, we're going by what the doctor says and the medical professionals and what they have to say about it first before what anyone else says. Now, if it's for, transitioning for, because they feel a certain way, that's a whole other topic, I would say. That we just talked about, actually, where children can socially transition without having to do the whole medical process. I think it's safe and fair to say that, if children want to play with a doll, let them play with a doll. If they want to dress up in a dress, and even though they're a boy, let them do it. They're children. I think that's what we're can we all come to agreement on that? Is that something we all agree on?
Sure.
Ain't no
Right.
child of mine gonna be playing with no damn dolls.
Right. I mean, that does come with traditional values. Like, I know there's gonna be, yeah, okay. I'm I'm seeing a lot of questions about this, but excuse me. There's a lot of traditionalists that will differ on that. Even though Rin was making that funny voice there.
It was a joke. For clarification, if need be.
That's why we have 8 or 12 kids. That way,
Silly guy.
One of them will adopt your life value.
We do have some
not against
disagreements in the comments. I guess I'll say the more tame ones. Audience, like, again, please keep it mature. So this is for Gemini, Rin, and Arachno.
Ooh, yay.
Right. Okay. So as a parent, it is my job to teach my son and daughter, how to be a proper girl and how to be a proper boy. So you're saying if they suddenly feel the urge to be the opposite of what they feel, you're saying that they're in danger and that they should
No.
transition?
No.
That's not what I was saying. I thought I was abundantly clear, but sure.
If okay, so what they were saying, was my explanation before correct, Arachno?
Yes.
Yeah, I
where-
think what Rin was saying earlier was correct. I don't know if this viewers heard it, but go ahead, Rin. Continue.
But yeah, like if in the circumstance that if it's definitively proven that the child is self-harming or mutilating themselves because of gender dysphoria, then if transitioning is the only way to do it, to resolve the issue, then yes, that I think if that is that correct, Arachno?
Yeah, it would be a very, very. Oh, god damn it! Sorry, I'm playing Valorant. Um, as I explained, if my kid's harboring any, if they're constantly attempting suicide or constantly mutilating their genitals, and we went through a medical professional, like one or two, and they keep on telling us the same thing where, hey, this is because of gender dysphoria, then if I have to choose between making sure my kid survives up until adulthood or risk them, you know, essentially killing themselves, then I'm going to go the other route.
Alright, Okami, did that comment also have something like me too? Because I don't see how that like
It's not like
I don't
it's not like a comment towards you. It was more of like,
But
um,
obviously, oh, sorry.
no, no, go ahead, go ahead,
But
continue that.
obviously, the emphasis is to always seek the
The proper
the
help.
advice of medical professionals before making that conclusion. I would not just say, you know what, go off, little Timmy or little Sally, let's do this.
All right, Jim, we're
Yeah,
heading on
and
down to the transition Walmart.
I think there was okay. So like for the viewers that are asking these questions, like I think there's a little bit of confusion of what you've heard because I know some of you are very traditional on here. Um, Arachno in any way is not saying that children under ages of 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11, or of those numbers, should just immediately medically transition. What she is saying that if they are harming themselves in any way due to, you know,
To the point that their life is at risk.
yeah, like depression really does hit, and there's depression of all different forms, and this is one of them. And if they are harming themselves because they are not what they want to be, then and if the medical professional agrees that this should be the route, then Arachno is saying that she would take that to save them. That is what she's saying. She is not saying or enforcing in any way to force a transition medically on children. I think we all know the dangers of when you transition, right? We all know the dangers of when surgery happens to a human being. Having surgery happen to your body is already a danger. I think we need to all understand that. If Trini was here, she would even explain this.
I miss
Surgery,
Trini.
yes.
yeah, surgery should be the last call. If there is no other
Surgery should
solution,
always be the last call.
yeah, surgery should always be the last call. Arachno is not saying it is her first priority call for her children, hypothetically speaking. If I'm not mistaken, Arachno, is that what you're trying to
No,
say?
you're right.
Okay.
It would be
So,
the very last call.
and I just want to make this clear. I am also a traditionalist, but I understand what Arachno is saying. Like just because you're a parent, you don't get that privilege card there in the audience, okay?
The
I'm just throwing
parent,
that out there.
the
All
PP
right.
card.
So
Can we call it the PP card? The parent
Some in the house,
privilege.
gang. Some in
the
the house.
parent privilege card,
The
yeah, of
PP
course.
card. The PP.
All
I'm
right.
5 years old. I swear.
Like, I think, and I've talked to Arachno enough. Arachno is not crazy. Same thing with Gemini. I don't know why you guys have these crazy questions for Gemini. What is going on here?
Oh, what did I do now?
I want crazy
Okay.
questions.
So we have our next segment here. Should Black Lives Matter be banned? If
No.
no, why
I-
do you think Black Lives
No.
Matter organization benefits society? Should we
Uh,
regard them as terrorists?
Ooh.
Weren't they
Ooh,
officially categorized as a
okay.
terrorist group?
Yes, they were.
Oh, they were. Okay.
Then if they were categorized as a terrorist group, then yeah.
I
You know,
I don't think the group itself should be banned because it has shown to do some good around where, you know, the good members of the group are, but there still shows to be some bad where the bad eggs or bad apples show and the media just catches it and they're just like, oh, this is what Black Lives Matter is. So I feel like that's still something that they have to address. You know, the not so good people in their organization, and they should definitely continue on with the message. You know that it's you know it is what it is, kind of thing. Um, I'm not for them or against them, but if they get those people out of their group, they definitely won't have to be. They won't have to worry about being called a terrorist organization.
Yeah, if you get rid of your terrorist, then you don't have to worry about being called a terrorist.
Yeah, exactly.
Who would have fucking thunk it, right?
But that goes to the second part of the question. Do you think Black Lives Matter organization benefits society all of America? And if not in all America, do you think it should be global?
No.
I
Elaborate on
don't.
that.
Before proceeding further with the question, because like this is something that bothers me, and this is why I feel that
Oh.
it's important to make the distinction. Are we talking about Black Lives Matter, the movement, or the organization? Because if we're talking about the
We were
organization,
talking about the organization. That's why I said, why do you think Black Lives Matter organization benefits society?
it doesn't.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I was going to say that it doesn't really benefit America at all, other than the spots that it goes to for like maybe protests. But you know, and then it only affects the people that they're there to protest for. Um, but it doesn't really help America as a whole,
No,
and it
and we've
definitely
already
should not be
seen
globally.
we've already seen what happened when Black Lives Matter reached outside the country. Now, there are some places that it was held very positively, and then there's some other countries that were confused by it or didn't want it at all.
Wait, we
And
talked.
I think we talked about this before
Wait,
previously.
last week, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we did.
we
Okay.
talked about it in Japan. They held
Not
a
even just
parade in
Japan.
Japan.
Like I think they even held it in Malaysia randomly, and they
The
held it in
Philippines.
UK. It was positively received in UK. I
Well,
know
I've
in
just been
UK they
Japan.
marched for Black Lives Matter. Excuse me. I know in Japan it was causing more turmoil and confusion. Cause
Yeah, because
from
it
what
was in
I
Tokyo.
yeah from what was reported, a lot of Japanese students were either confused or they just thought it was something cool. Now, and that's something that they've even said in Japan. Like they really thought that it was just some kind of cool thing that Westerners are bringing over. But and if I were to talk about the older generation of people in Japan, they thought it was a hindrance and annoyance, and it was a huge detriment for medical assistance to be going back and forth through town because of how huge traffic was.
I can agree with that.
So I think it caused more of a detriment, if anything, in Japan or wherever country that also marched Black Lives Matter. Now they even reported on the news it's more of an American thing, and that's in quotations.
And I can but I can agree with that.
Yeah, I do too because I can understand the confusion. I can understand like the frustration and whatnot because yeah, and again that those issues are more stemming in America than it is anywhere else in the world.
Yeah,
Not that
yeah,
I
definitely,
don't
and
speak on behalf of anyone, but that's
it
based on
shouldn't
what we do.
it shouldn't be up to foreigners to bring their problems to other countries.
Right.
I actually like the
Uh,
idea of making foreigners deal with our problems. No, I'm joking.
what the
I'm
heck?
joking.
Okay,
Don't kill him.
so
He's just joking.
for the add-on, should people formerly arrested for marijuana be released now that marijuana is legal in most states?
It'd
Yeah.
be a pretty fucked up thing if they weren't.
Yeah, that's kind of hilarious if they keep
No,
they
their
stay
ass
in
needs
here.
their ass
Uh,
was up in the beginning. They knew it. They need to stay there now.
It'd be pretty fucked. Wait, marijuana
Yeah.
like talking to the warden. Marijuana is legal around that, right? Yeah.
Wait,
I was in for marijuana. Yeah. So I should be
wait. What
released.
about
No.
this? Say if I went out there and like slapped the shit out of you, and then I went to jail because I slapped the shit out of you, and then a year later down the road it says slapping the shit out of you is actually really cool and you should do it anyway. It's not illegal. So should I get out of jail? Go slap the shit out of you again?
Yeah.
uh, I would, I would say that it would go in the context of like how did they get into jail for marijuana, and like were they dealing it, you know, if it was that kind of thing, then uh, that's that's iffy.
Yeah.
But if
Yeah.
if they were growing it and you just smoke it recreationally, I mean, we got dispensaries now. Then if you were just in there for like smoking it or having it on your possession or whatever, yeah, no, fuck it, let those guys out.
Yeah. Or
So
the like
what
pot.
you guys are saying, the people that were originally arrested for marijuana that was arrested when it was illegal should now be released now that it's legal.
I
As
think that'd
long
be
as it's like
reasonable. Yeah.
something that
Hang on.
Well,
It also depends on if they have other charges with them.
oh yeah, like if it's possession, yeah, yeah. I think people who are in for possession of marijuana
yeah.
shouldn't be. But if it's for like
And
dealing,
content to
I think
sell
dealing is a different
or
issue. Yeah,
consent to deal
Yes,
or whatever it is.
intent to
Yeah.
deal. Yeah.
Yeah. All
I
right.
think I think also if they have other charges added on with them, like like if this person has like attempted murder or whatever,
Oh.
they should stay in. Not everybody who had marijuana
Oh
should all
yeah.
be
They.
out.
Oh
Like
yeah. They should
if
still
if
serve
it's
their.
just if it's just the marijuana.
Like when the case
If
is
it's
not
just the
strong enough
marijuana,
for the
then it's
attempted
fine.
murder, even
If
though
they
they know
have
he did it, they will.
other charges, then no.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
Okay, so we have a question for Rin, Goku, and Falcon.
Yay!
Uh oh.
And don't worry, we're gonna get to the end part where it's gonna be the bonus Q&A time for our speakers that are currently here. And sorry for the viewers that had a question for Didi. He kind of fell asleep.
He
But
works. He work. He's a hard worker.
yeah,
He's such a hard worker. I mean, pure dedication.
He is.
so
Because
let's get to the question part for Rin, Goku, and Falcon. This goes back to the whole Black Lives Matter, should they be banned? They're personally asking, do you guys think they should be banned?
Black Lives Matter, the organization. No.
And
Yeah,
why do you think they shouldn't be banned?
Um,
I believe it's still more freedom of speech.
For the same
What they
reason
want.
that the KKK is not
Be free.
officially banned.
Yeah. Oh, that way. I don't know
True.
about that.
Yeah, I
part.
know, right? Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not,
No one
I'm
saw
not
that
gonna
coming.
follow. I'm not gonna follow that part.
No, 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 no,
You
no.
have a-
There's a difference between meeting up and having intentions, and then there's acting on intentions. If you're not like, so we can, like, as an organization, until they actionably do something, we shouldn't be outlawing them.
Viewer says in response to what you just said was, but the KKK are no longer around.
Yeah, but yeah, and
No, they
eventually,
still are.
barely. They're not a real issue anymore. But like to the same.
No, they're I was gonna say they're not like a real
Uh-oh,
threat
do we got an audio
anymore,
issue?
but they still are around.
Rin?
I'm here. I was just letting him talk.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Oh, he's done?
I wouldn't say anything.
No, yeah, I'm
No,
done
that was
talking,
the only part of that extra question.
Oh, okay. But yeah, and yeah, without banning them outright, the KKK fell to fell to the way of history, and I think the toxic elements of the Black Lives Matter movement would do the same.
Lynn, what do you think?
I
Still
think
there?
the movement itself should just dissipate away. On principle, I don't agree with it. In practice, I don't agree with it.
Okay, so I think he's saying the same thing Rin just
Okay,
said.
what about you, Goku?
Yeah, because some people, part of an organization, do horrible things. We need to ban the whole organization. I disagree with that.
No, it's the
Yeah.
whole theory behind it.
No,
yeah, I
no,
don't think-
no, because if that's the case, then you're effectively, drawing them up on a thought crime. That's wrong.
I'm up on a what?
A thought crime.
It's not a thought crime. I'm not saying it should be banned. I'm saying they should no longer be.
People who believe this are people who believe X thing are not allowed to gather. That's effectively what you said.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Yeah,
what
but
I'm saying.
remember they're protected under free speech,
how you
so
start
they have
communists.
every right to assemble and free speech.
Sorry.
Yeah, peacefully assemble.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Yeah.
That's how you start
Yeah,
unions, Flynn.
What about you, Goku? What do you think?
I don't think it should ban. Do what you want. Same thing. Just like me, have my own religion. Same thing.
But you have a religion.
Yeah.
What's it called? Is it
Veganism?
veganism?
Oh my god! Of course it is.
You asked for it.
Here's here's the next segment. Should we reform the police? If so, where do we allocate the funding for the police? And if no, then do you believe our system with the police is perfect as is?
Perfect as is? Absolutely not. Things can absolutely be better. Reformations, specifically, I would say the most impactful thing is techniques.
Is what?
Techniques. But different approaches to training and techniques.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That was a question for all of you, by the way.
Bruh.
No,
That's
if
a
you
good
lower the
question.
funds, then you're gonna have lower quality officers. Lower quality officers means you don't really get the job
No, no,
Well,
I
it
don't.
means
I
that
don't agree with
lower
that.
quality,
I love
they're
you,
not gonna
Zenaida.
wanna
You're
do
so
what they
cool.
do.
I don't agree with that, Blinn.
Where would all the funding like if we were to reform the police, right? Where would the funding go for the police, right? Like let's say you want to lessen the amount of police somewhere.
Oh
Where
my
would you allocate those funds? And if you were to, and if you don't, how would you reinforce the police in what way? And how would we reform them?
How would we reform the police?
You want me
was
to
the
say
question.
I'm
something
too
messed
tired
up?
for this.
Try to keep it
Where do
professional.
we need more police, right?
You can't say poop in their bed.
Oh my god.
I know you're Arachno.
No, no,
That's
no,
why
no.
please keep it professional. That's all I gotta ask.
I was going to say that if we would reform the police, it would be done and this is not a serious answer, by the way, but how I would do it is that policemen that are just starting out, they start off earning their stripes by defending the most dangerous cities, and as they, get more cred, and reach, retirement status, then they spend their last, how do I say, the last end of their career in safer cities, if that makes sense.
Do you guys believe that our current police system is working,
Uh,
No.
I would
or could there be
say
improvements?
largely yes.
Hell
I
no.
would.
People
I
still
would.
drive like crazy right now. You can't no, the cops don't really want to pull over anybody right now. Most of them are just sitting on the side of the road. I've seen so many fly by them because there's like I'm on my lunch. I'm almost done with the rest of my shift. Well, I don't need to go after that guy. I've talked to
I would
many of them. They're the same way.
say,
They're like, yeah, what's the deal? Like, dude, we don't. We're
Ren,
understaffed and underpaid. That's what I've heard from every one of them over here.
Ren, what is your opinion
I,
on
I,
this?
I don't
um,
know what you can do with over here. You know what I mean?
on this specific question, like,
Yeah.
all right, repeat the question again. I kind of lost it in Goku's talking.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
About the whole reforming the police, and
Yes.
if you think they are perfect as is, and if not, do you think they can have some improvements?
Um, so perfect as is? No, it can definitely be better. Um, so um, if I okay, let me give me a sec here to get my thoughts together on this. So I want to bring up something. So to bring up something specifically, I'm not sure if anyone watched the actual trial for the Derek Chauvin George Floyd trial. If anyone actually watched it, but part of the evidence that was brought up by the defense is that the knee on the neck is actually
Yeah.
a sanctioned restraining technique of the Minneapolis Police Department. Like they actually train officers to do that. So I think reformation in those regards and better restraining techniques, also better de-escalation training and how to deal with people who are on substances and other stuff like that, how to properly deal with them. Um, things can definitely be better in those areas. Um,
Uh,
None of that would be as far as funding goes. I think they do need more funding, not less.
True.
yeah. I feel okay. So my answer for this is
Um,
I feel
okay.
like
Does anyone have
we
anything else to add to that?
yeah. I'm gonna
Pretty good.
add to it.
We're gonna get
Uh,
into the bonus Q&A questions, which
I feel
I'm already having a storm message about.
It's only been 2.5
oh.
hours.
Right, yeah, there's so many questions with
I
all
was
the
gonna
things that we talked
add on the
about in this podcast.
Da.
So I hope you guys are ready for that. Coming shortly. There's a lot of questions for you and I, Ren.
Ooh, wait, why you? You're the moderator. Why do you get questions?
That's how you do it.
I did say my opinion on some stuff.
I know.
So
I'm joking.
I was gonna add
there
on
is
more
questions
to
now for
what
Arachno. I will say
Rin
this because I thought it was
said.
funny. To the sleeping DD, I I hope you sleep better, bud. Make sure you drink Budweiser when you wake up.
Budweiser?
Oh, they trying to like insult him. They attacking him, huh?
That's good. I like that.
Why
Uh,
Budweiser?
I
Ukami.
Eh,
I mean, I'm not a beer guy, but ew.
Ukami.
the response to you was because Budweiser is the best.
Really?
Budweiser.
Ah, damn it.
I
Hey.
feel like that's a product placement.
It
That's
is
a product placement.
Budweiser.
Okay.
All right,
So
so
my
let me gather all the questions. Let's see
God
what we
damn it.
got here. There's There's some
They have
for
large
Goku.
Did we discuss the
Excuse me.
Budweiser thing on the next chat?
I can't.
Please stop,
I
missile.
couldn't even.
Wait,
I
shit,
hate this
shit,
game.
shit, shit.
Ukami.
Please don't die, please. Please don't die, please don't die.
Rin, are you playing the game without me?
Shut up.
Oh. Every time.
It be that
Ukami.
way sometimes.
Where he don't love us enough.
I'm playing Armor Core Last
No.
Raven.
You would
Oh,
know
never mind,
he
don't
didn't
gotta
love you
contribute.
anymore if he didn't. He
Yeah,
wasn't
he's
like
playing a
that.
good game.
Yeah. Although, ironically enough, some people don't think Armor Core Last Raven is good. Crazy. The second best, in my opinion. But anyway,
So
go
here
ahead.
Here are the first few
Time for
questions. All right, I'm going to start with this one specifically only to Ren. I guess this goes back to one of the things we were talking about. To Ren, are you a parent?
Am I a parent?
If so, why do you think transitioning children is the solution for their gender dysphoria? Why does transitioning have to be the solve all for their issues?
That's not
Um,
what he was saying, though.
Wait, hold on. So, first, I have a funny story. No, I'm not a parent, but there was this one time I had to go take my niece, she's in high school, her band uniform tour at the high school, and I get to the band room, and the guy's like, "Oh, whose kid are you? Like, who's your kid?" I'm like, "Oh God," he thinks about. Do I look like a dad? Oh no, I'm old. But no, I don't think that medically transitioning is the solve all solution. I'm against medically transitioning kids. Um, so there's a piece of information that I was made aware of that I didn't know before. Prior to the affirmative care model, in the more liberal use of puberty blockers, the desistance rate, which is the amount of people who effectively grow out or no longer identify as the opposite gender, was significantly higher. I think around like 60 to 70%. But once puberty blockers were introduced, the desistance rate dropped to about 20%. So to me, that says that puberty blockers, most children will grow out of it eventually. So I don't think that should be a go-to solution. I'm not a fan of the affirmative care model because I do believe that for every and I believe in the false positives are harmful. If you in the same reason, I don't believe you should medically transition a child early. In the same reason that you wouldn't put someone on who doesn't have cancer on chemotherapy.
That got really dark there.
Did it?
I found my happy place.
It could have gone. It could have gone
You
dark.
need to shut your mouth.
Wait, what was dark about that?
No, not what you said. It's what I'm reading. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Got worried
Anything
there
else you
for a
want to add,
second.
Rin, or is that your?
No, that's my piece.
Okay, there's even more questions for you and Gemini.
Oh yay!
All right, this one's a doozy. So to Rin and Gemini, sex work is real work. Why do you two believe it's not real work?
Okay, let me start that. Let me start this off.
Gemini, Rin.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, was my question not heard?
No, we heard you. He's answering. Do you not hear us?
Okay, so
I
can you not
don't
hear
hear
me?
him actually.
I don't hear anybody.
you guys can't
Yeah,
hear me.
there might be an audio issue.
Ooh, do you hear me, Connor?
I hear
Yeah,
you.
we
I hear you. I
We
just
don't
don't
hear
hear.
Gemini.
Oh, okay. Weird.
Can you hear me now? Hello.
What
Is
is that?
he even saying anything?
Yeah.
I got
Yeah.
on my end. Try right clicking on his icon and raising the volume up.
Wait, Gemini, try disconnecting, reconnecting.
Oh my god.
Okay, now that he's gone, let's all talk shit about him.
Finally, this. Oh, wait.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I was wondering why I couldn't say my piece on the fucking reforming the police and shit. It was weird. But anyway, why do I not think that sex work is real work? Did I say sex work is not real work?
I think
I don't remember saying that sex work is not real work, but anyway.
No, I don't think you ever said that, actually.
Um,
Unless you're
but
referring to our last podcast, because these seem like the same
I
people from
I
the last
didn't say
podcast.
that either. I know last podcast, my exact words were, "Sex work is an honorable work."
yeah, it's not. It's not. I can agree with Rin on that. Is that no? Okay, so if you're talking, if this person is talking about being a
My legs.
prostitute or working in a brothel,
Oh, they
you're
broke.
going to like work there to make ends meet. You're not going to be proud about working in a brothel. If you're proud about working on a brothel, uh, good for you, but you might as well then just become a porn star because it's just I don't know, you're laying on your back half the time or you're just giving it to women who like you don't even get to choose what scene you're in or this that the other thing. Like it's more organized in porn than it is in a if you're a prostitute or if you work at a brothel. It's not honorable work or it's not noble work or admirable work, but it's work to make ends meet.
Uh, there's actually a response to what you just said, Gemini. Okay, so hold
Okay.
on. I'm still seeing more of the.
The responses, they're coming in too
They wanna
fast.
talk
Everyone
about your
take cover.
Ah, lottie.
Um. Oh, okay. So this is interesting. So, um, okay. So there's two. There's. I don't know why these viewers are fighting each other in chat. I'm just gonna take this one. All right. So
Fight.
okay. So I'm gonna say.
Jerry.
Oh my god. All right. So
Anime series
this
where
viewer is
actors fight each
saying,
other.
sex work is not real work, and it shouldn't be considered real work at all. It is a job that existed for a long time, but it shouldn't really come back. It is not necessary for America to even have prostitution when we have a plethora of different jobs. For those that are saying that there are a lot of women out there that can't find jobs and that's the only thing they got, that they're vastly mistaken with the vast amount of women that are caught in sex traffic and forced into prostitution. Is this a question or is
Is that a
this a
Is
statement?
commentary?
that
That seems more like a
is that
statement, yeah.
is this
It's
a
more of a statement.
response? Is this a
No.
response?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the response, I guess.
Yes, please.
Okay, well,
I want
if
to
it's a response, so yes, a lot of women do get caught in sex
Roles work.
trafficking, human trafficking, things like that. Especially if they
Small
are
one.
prostitutes, and I mean, if they are a prostitute, they probably already are in the sex trafficking kind of thing.
Oh, I
Part
got
of
the
a
left arm.
prostitution ring kind of stuff. It it sadly comes with that kind of territory. Um, it's in that line of thing. If you're part of a prostitution ring, or if you're in human trafficking, or if you have ever seen the movie Taken, yeah, no, then no, it's not. It's not.
Oh my
No, it's not.
god.
It's not real work at that part. At that point, you're someone's object, you're someone's slave, yes. But if you're doing it out of your own free will, then it is a job. Then you don't really have the business of telling a woman, "Hey, you shouldn't be doing that with your body," because it's the woman's right. If she wants to make money off of sleeping with people who probably have gonorrhea and syphilis, and they're not wearing condoms, well, that's her fault. I'm sorry,
Hey,
but
it's my God-given right as a member of the patriarchy to go ahead and tell women how they should live their lives.
Oh my
Oh my god, you're gonna trigger the
But-
traditionalist.
anyways, that's just how it is. If someone wants to work in a brothel, right? If they know the risks of working in a brothel or as a prostitute, and they know they're going to get STDs, and they know they're going to get this, that, the other thing, or if
Bruh.
they should tell these people to wear condoms, especially if they're going to make a living out of it. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not honorable or admirable work. You're doing it to make ends meet. Sometimes these women don't have a choice and are just trying to support their families. So you do with that what you will.
Gotta shut
Oh
up.
my! I have a lot of funny responses into retort to what you said. Do you guys want to hear it or no?
Bring it on.
There's a lot of funny response. Okay, I think it's really funny. Okay, so this viewer said to Gemini, "I think you should try sex work. I think you should see how it feels to be a prostitute. Maybe then you would change your mind."
What?
Damn, you to be a prostitute, boy.
I used to think prostitution was immoral, but then I tried it, and now I think it's the best thing ever.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's the Gemini Jigaboo arc.
The Gemini.
I mean,
Jigaboo
no, you mean
Gemini
juggalo. You mean gigolo, not oh my god, jigaboo is a slur word.
Wait,
Oh
what?
shit, I'm gonna get cancelled? Fuck.
I used to not have the respect for anybody.
I'm
no,
sorry, I
it's-
meant
there's-
Gigolo.
There's an atrociously funny question. I don't know how to respond to this, but it's towards me and you.
Wait, me and who?
T-Man and Okami, do you both hate black people? If
Wait,
not,
why are you
hate,
getting dragged into this?
why are you so against the
Wait.
movement of Black Lives Matter?
They're asking you a question.
Wait, to Okami and Rin?
Yes. Why am I dragged into
Yeah,
this? First off?
exactly. What did you do?
It's because of the BLM subject.
I don't understand. All right.
Yep, that's a
I
big
mean,
joke.
I just want to throw this out. I don't hate black people. In fact, we have two black people here right
No,
now as
don't
we
use
speak.
that.
I mean,
Yeah.
I hate Lynn, and he happens to be black.
It just so happened.
So I'm just throwing
I'm
it out there.
10% black.
Despite Rin being African,
No, I
Sorry.
don't hate black people. I do hate Lynn though, and it's not because he's black.
kidding.
No,
No,
There's actually
I'm
a
not.
voice of
Because
Black
he-
Falcon.
No,
Black
I'm not.
Falcon. Last podcast, you said you hated black women. Why do you hate black women?
I don't
Why
recall
can't
saying
black
I hate-
men
Oh my
and
god.
why can't black men appreciate black women?
I don't recall saying I hate black women. I just say I'm not attracted to black women, to African American women.
Why?
Mainly the
Oh,
culture.
and there was like a little side response. It's like you definitely an Uncle Tom.
It's because I speak proper English.
No,
Oh
you-
my
well, let's not go there. Let's not go there.
this podcast has an Uncle Ruckus.
Has it Uncle Ruckus? Okay, yeah. Go with Uncle Ruckus, not Uncle Tom. Go with it.
Why? Okay, I need to say this to the viewers. Why is this question abundant with Gemini? Why do you guys want to ask him this so bad? I'm
Why
not
do
going to
you-
ask him the same
Come on,
question.
What is it? Is it about my sexuality again?
It's about your
Yes,
sex
it
life.
is actually. They're asking if you're gay.
Again?
Oh my god, guys, let me tell you. Okay,
Oh, this podcast's great.
let me tell you.
When I got a
Let me
fan
tell you.
base.
I'm not gay. I counted how many relationships how many serious relationships I've been in the last podcast, if you were in there, that was a lot of relationships that I could at least remember.
You be famous though, ladies. You be the Chad.
So, am I gay? No. Did I have a questioning phase at one point? Yes. But as
C'est la
soon
vie.
as I saw that dick pic, okay? As soon as I saw that dick pic, I knew I was straight.
You got dick pics? Ah,
fucking
you lucky
knew
son
it.
of a bitch.
You got those dick pics.
You popular with both.
Man,
of
I
them.
wish I could get a dick pic.
No,
I'd be.
you
Not
don't.
popular enough.
Yes, I do. I'd be
So,
roasting
no.
that motherfucker.
Not for Gemini
Oh
Rocker.
my god, Rin.
Dude, dude. Let me tell
This
me
should
tell
be
you a funny story.
Should dick pics be sent around to people?
No.
Let me tell you a funny story. Let me tell you a funny story, Rand, right? It's when Snap was new and random people could just send you random shit, right? And this guy sent me random stuff. He was just trying to talk to me, and I wasn't talking to him back. And out of nowhere, he sends me an unsolicited dick pic of him flaccid, and he's like,
Oh,
"You
and he
like?"
was
And I'm like,
flaccid too? Damn, can't even get it
Yeah,
up.
and I'm just like, and I'm blocking. But then later I think of all the shit I could have said to him, and I'm just like,
Bruh, if I got a dick pic, I'd be roasting that motherfucker.
but no, sorry
It'll just be a long stream of comments from me. I don't even care if he replies or not. He's getting it. He's getting
Ren,
it.
what's your phone number?
You're gonna send me dick pics. Don't do it, Goku. I respect
I
you.
So, there's questions for you too, but there's some harsh ones. It's up to you whether or not you want to hear them or not. In respect
To
to
who?
you, it's to Arachno.
Sure, go
Oh.
for it.
Okay, all right, but
I was gonna
we'll get
apologize to all my gay fans out there.
You have gay fans.
Okay, so what is this fantasy that Gemini sounds like a rejected Backstreet Boy?
A rejected
I do.
Backstreet
Oh my god,
You're
thank
getting
you.
lower up in here, huh?
I'll sing for you guys.
No, we don't
Do
need to
it.
do that.
Tell me why ain't
nothing
but
but
a
a
heartache.
Tell me what.
All right, so this is to Gemini and Rin again. It's regarding the gun control question. Do you
Okay.
think the gun control actually works? Question mark. Why do you both believe that gun control is even needed, and why should we even regulate guns in the first place when we're needed to fight against burglars, rapists, etc.?
Wait, repeat that last part of the question.
Why do you? Okay, this is a jumble of a fucking question. Hold on.
I'll let Rin have the platform on this one.
Oh, you don't want to actually answer it.
No, I'll answer it. I just
Oh,
I
do you
feel
think that gun
like me and
control-
Rin both already have the same kind of stance on it as well.
Don't assume my positions.
do you think gun control actually works? Why do you both believe gun control is even needed? And why is there even a need for gun control in the first place when guns are needed to thwart burglars, rapists, killers, murderers, etc.?
Okay, first part. Does gun control work? Gun control in the sense that certain people shouldn't be allowed to have guns, and then we should have legislations and restrictions to keep them out of their hands. Yes, I do believe it works. I think I can say with confidence most of the time. For example, felons cannot legally buy guns. Now, a felon illegally buying a gun, well, what you gonna do? The second part, what was the second part of that question again?
The second part of the question, where is it? Why do you both believe that gun control is even needed?
Oh, I think I answered that too. Because there are some people who shouldn't have guns, either that for the safety of the community or for safety for themselves. Like, I don't think that someone with certain mental health issues that lead them to thoughts of suicide should be allowed to purchase a firearm. We should make suicide as difficult as possible for these people. Because when it comes to gun deaths, a large portion of it is suicide. Um, and I do believe that but that is a hard thing because it's not 100% perfect. I do think we should have it, but it's not 100% perfect. But I don't believe in a zero sum game where you either get all of it or none of it at all. And then for the third part, why do we even need guns? If why we need gun control if we have guns to thwart the people? Um, it'd be nice to believe that gun control reduces the pool of evil people in the world. Well, not so much reduce the pool of evil people, but reduce the capacity of power for evil people in the world. Well, at least in the country. I do believe that people should people should have weapons. I am all for the woman carrying a Glock 17 or even a fucking a Derringer or 22 a Ruger 22 in her purse to ward off the would be purse
Or a
rapist or whatever.
The most
I do
fucking
believe
snub
people should
nose.
have weapons to defend their home. I do believe that we should have them. When I say we should have gun control, I'm not saying no one should have guns. I'm saying certain like gun control in the capacity of certain people shouldn't have guns. I don't think the guy who just got out of prison for two aggravated assault or an aggravated armed robbery should be allowed to walk into the Heritage Gun Store and hey, can I have that Glock 17? Oh, and can I get a 5.7 as well? Thank you. Yeah, I don't think that person. Yeah, felony offenders should not be allowed to have guns. I think that's part of gun control. And to put up as many barriers as possible to these people is just generally a net positive. I think
Okay.
that I think that's it.
I think I think my answer kind of goes hand in hand with what we were talking about before, and also with Ren's, is that uh we can put up as many restrictions and regulations as possible because one, that's necessary to keep guns out of hands of people like this, and it's also good to make sure that not just any regular Joe Schmo walking into a gun store is, well, first off, has mental issues, and two, has a felony. So, because if they have a felony, I mean, you just can't sell it to the guy because you don't know if he's going to go back and do it again. And if they have mental issues of suicide or manic or anything like that, you don't know what they're going to do with the gun either. So that's why you have those screening processes of making sure the person is competent enough to have a gun. Uh, should we have guns in the first place to defend ourselves from
Absolutely.
rapists, burglars, this, that, the other thing? Yes, of course. Does the screening process make it hard? Yes, but it's there for a reason. So you gotta, you have to kind of take the good with the bad. Are felons gonna find another way to purchase guns
Probably.
without the gun store?
Probably.
Probably because they're fucking felons. They have connections. They know guys who probably can get that shit off the black market. So you got to take the good with the bad. You got to, it's not perfect, but it's the best that our country can do.
It's a preemptive measure. Gun control is a preemptive
Yeah.
measure to reduce the amount of guns that criminals do have.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Uh, there's a couple questions for Falcon as well if he wishes to hear them.
I don't
I'm
want to.
here. I'm alive.
Well, first off, I'm a little nervous here. So, how does this viewer know that Falcon is a churchgoer?
He sounds like
Sure,
one.
remember?
I mean, I think it can be inferred. Wait,
Well, I
does he
guess
go to
it's a
church?
compliment to you, Falcon, because they're saying, Falcon, you sound like a man of God. We hope that you can teach these naysayers
Naysayers.
that okay, well, this is the controversial part, that transitioning kids is immorally wrong.
It is immorally wrong. Well, I'm just gonna like hold you down for a sec because I haven't been to church in a few years. I still hold the principles and the basic concepts.
Uh,
And I'm just lazy and I haven't left my house
False
in a long
prophet.
time.
Oh my god.
False
Oh,
prophet.
Hang on.
Going outside
I'm
to play bowling. You guys
confused.
not had that bowling event.
Hang on, I'm confused. What? Ooh, naysayers. What? Why are we naysayers?
Also, I'm
Like,
not.
when
Because
did this person come into the podcast?
Wait, why am I
For
being
the
attacked?
second part of that, I'm not really big on common culture, and the whole transition thing is basically, well, not that one, but the prostitution thing for that we mentioned earlier. It's bad for culture. It's bad for a stabilized society. But I'm not really big on the current society, so I'm actually pretty cool if it's just burning down, which is why I'm pro prostitution.
they see Falcon as the shepherd, and we are the lost sheep to be returned to the flock.
That's pretty good.
I say let it burn.
This is for. Ooh, this is a doozy. This is for Goku, Gemini, and Rin.
Okay.
Why do you guys enforce the idea of having gays in Christian churches? Christians are obviously against gays, so why are you forcing the gays into our Christian churches?
Okay, I'll just deal with this
We're
quick. I'll deal with this quick. No one
forcing.
here is in favor of forcing Christian churches to accept
No.
gays. We all agreed that if the church is okay with it, then it's fine.
Yes.
It's okay
Yes.
with exactly.
If it's okay with both parties, it should
Both
be
parties.
fine.
And all the people that in there won't have any problem with it. What's the problem?
If you're against the gays, that's okay. That's on you.
Yep. There's a place for you.
The gays aren't gonna come hurt you. They're not gonna turn you gay. They're not gonna attack.
They're not zombies, bro.
We're not gonna hate you. Is that what you mean? Hey.
What would the DLC be like though?
But we can't say the same thing about the frogs.
Just those chemicals in the water.
All
I
right, so
don't
Arachne, you
believe
said
that, Alex Jones.
Arachne, you said you're okay with the bashing questions. Oh my god, why do I have a
Sure.
bashing questions? What do you guys have a problem with me for? Oh, okay. Anywho, Eddie, I know that's you. Shut the fuck up. He says I love you all, BBs.
Oh, I love you too, Eddie.
Oh.
BB.
Yeah, I ain't gay, but I'll fuck Eddie though.
You heard that, Eddie? It's on record now.
I'm not gay,
Careful.
but I know an attractive man when I see
Careful.
one.
It's off the rack.
Oh my god, this is like a self-loathing podcast instead.
Self-loathing. I love mice. Damn, I couldn't even finish that. Fuck.
Self-loathing. I
my
love
ear-
myself. Oh.
My ears are no longer vegan.
Oh god, this is a Falcon versus Ren concept. What?
What the fuck?
Oh, I would beat him any day of the week. Let's go. He
Jerry.
ain't got shit on
This
me.
is okay, this is a funny question. He goes, "You all are gamers, right? So if Falcon and Rin win 1v1 in Halo, we'll get to decide how gun control is made."
Oh, I shit on him so
Rin
hard.
would
win.
fuck it,
Why
dude.
not
I bet money.
Why not shogi?
I bet money Rin's gonna win.
Right.
Rin would fucking not.
He's
Yeah, I've seen Rin
ass.
play
It was
Halo.
a video game.
Yo, lit his fucking buns, son.
I've seen Rin play Halo. He fucking he would fucking destroy.
Yeah.
Bro,
will. I
yo,
can
see
beat
me
you.
in Halo 3. See me in Reach.
Nah, 3v3 Arena on New World.
For question for Falcon and Goku, do you both believe that guns are unnecessary evil to thwart evil?
I don't think guns are evil actually.
I don't think they're an evil either.
I think guns are
Hey,
evil.
Ren
They're-
or
they're a
Lin?
tool.
I get confused.
We don't need
Falcon
guns.
and
R or Big
Goku.
L?
Oh.
Nah, we don't need guns.
Guns
All,
are
we,
a tool.
all we need is sword. That's it. Can live off of
What are you
I
gonna?
don't
Okay,
need- I
wait,
don't
wait,
need a
wait, Goku. Wait,
I don't
wait,
need
wait,
a gun.
wait.
I don't need
Goku.
a gun.
Wait,
He has
wait,
a taco.
Wait,
He has tacos.
I got tacos and swords.
When the
That's it.
Constitution said man should have the right to bear
Wait.
arms, this man literally manifested bears in his arms.
Wait, Goku, I have a question. So you said you don't need guns, you have
Yep.
swords, but
Yep.
what are you gonna do if a burglar comes in your house and they got a gun, but you have a sword?
Easy.
moves
You
faster,
throw
the
the
sword or the
sword
bullet?
at them. Duh.
I have a sword above the door. Sword on the side of the door. I have a sword
You ever watch Final Destination? You throw the sword at them.
As soon as I
That's
hear
not,
them
that's not
breaking
how
in,
real life works. That's not how real life
I have a
works.
drop shape. I drop down underneath the carpet, go under the ground, and I put the sword up.
All right. So, Arachno, I guess I save yours and Gemini's for the best ones. They're very bashing.
Okay.
Sure.
To Arachno, I
Oh, the
hope you
arms
never
burnt.
become a parent. Please tie your tubes if forcing change onto your child is valid in your eyes. What extremes do you even mean? You're not a fucking mother. Stop acting like you're a parent. If your child is confused about what sex they are, they should be brought to a child therapist and medical professional, not to be put out for a sex change like in
Oh
an
my
auction.
She said that.
Nice listening skills there, bro.
Whoa.
Okay. I'm ready for mine.
Wow, we got some parents here. Wow. You guys obviously didn't hear what we were saying last time about that. So we're not going to go into that again. Oh my god, that's just crazy. This one's funny and it's for Gemini.
Yeah.
Gemini,
Uh-huh.
to
Yep.
Gemini. Were you
Yep.
once a singer? If so, please don't ever sing again. You are not a singer.
I know I'm not a singer.
Yo, trying
So
to talk
why
about
did
both
you
Gemini
ask?
again.
Why did you
There we
ask if I
go.
was once a
Elton John,
singer?
you ain't even a Flava Flav.
Why did you ask if I was once a singer if you know I'm not a singer?
It was it was funny.
I don't get it either, but all right.
Okay, dude. Like, or chick, or it, or Zemzer,
Whoa,
or whatever you
it.
are.
Whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
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 whoa.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Well,
Hello.
Well,
Sorry,
Alright.
I don't.
Still theory, you need to be a bit cautious here.
I'm just saying. Whatever pronoun you go by, it's cool.
This is another question to Arachno. So you believe in forcing gender studies on a 4-year-old?
Oh my
LOL.
gosh.
Also forcing them to
No, she
transition?
didn't.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Don't ever be a mother.
Again, nice listening skills there, bro.
They're
Oh
going out.
my
Just this for the listeners. I was joking. Don't take it. Don't take it like a dick. It's just a joke. Okay.
Wow, there's a question personally for me. Do I actually believe in UFOs? And if I do, what
Wait, someone was here from the UFO question? Damn, that's retition.
Yeah.
yeah, that's blowing my mind away. Okay, I'm surprised that someone paid attention to the UFO segment. Um, I'm gonna answer that first part. Yeah, I do believe that there are
Oh, that
aliens,
bullshit.
and I do believe some of the UFO sightings. Do I believe that everything on the internet with the UFO sightings are real? No, some of them can be faked for attention. That's already been exploited, but
But Okami, if it's on the internet, it must be true.
yeah. Since the military and government released their own footage of UFOs, back when coronavirus was just spiraling around. Ironically, they did that when coronavirus was spiraling around. Coincidence?
Cover up. They try
Cover
to use aliens as a cover up for Corona.
No, other way around. They're using Corona to cover up the alien conspiracy.
Coronavirus.
But yeah, I do believe that there is probably life out there. I don't believe that we're alone. There's still a lot about outer space that we still don't understand fully. So I can say, we don't even fully understand the black hole, but people have their assumptions and theories and whatnot. We don't fully know how that works. We can only, base it on what we see through telescopes and whatnot and imagery. So
We don't even have a way to fully traverse a black hole.
I like this question right here.
I don't think we
I
want to traverse a
we're
black
going to
hole.
be talking more about this on our next podcast, but this viewer said to me, do I believe that humankind should make mobile suits and mechs? And if we do, wouldn't we explore other planets with the power of Gundams? Interesting question. That had nothing to do with any of the segments that we talked about, but I'll play with this question. I don't know how you knew I was into Gundam in the first place, but um, well, there are Gundam series that do talk about that. I'm not going to talk too much about this because I'm going to save this for the next podcast. Um, there are Gundam series that do approach that. There are series that we know that take place on other planets. And they have their interesting theories on how that works and whatnot. So that was a very fun question. I would say I can't fully answer that because I'd rather save that for another podcast. There's still more questions for Rin, Falcon, and Arachno.
Is it an actual question?
Let's save that one for last time. This is not even a question to Falcon. What? And it's
Okay.
whoever this naysayer guy is,
Non-believer.
You sound like a cultist.
Wait, is this not a cult? Am I in the wrong place?
Oh my god. All right, so we'll start with Rin.
I'm funny.
Rin, you also got the UFO question. So Rin, do you believe that aliens are already here on planet Earth? And if they are, where are they? Could they possibly be in the Pacific Ocean? Why are you very specific about that question? Are you sure you're not the alien?
Yes, aliens have already infiltrated Earth. We are already besieged by Tyranid gene stealers.
Are they in the White House?
Probably.
Oh my god, they're not the
Oh
lizard
yes,
people.
Joe Biden is
Well, that's what I
definitely
meant by
an
being
alien.
swamp.
Oh, right.
So they're like swamp aliens?
Swamp.
That's why he sniffs people. That's why Joe Biden sniffs people. He's trying to,
Identify whether
capture
he's
the
one of them.
DNA of the humans.
Capture the DNA.
You got a lot of material.
And look at his face. It's so alien-like.
Wait, so are you saying that they're lizard people?
Okay.
No, we're talking about aliens, not lizard people.
The lizard
I'll have you know.
Podcast.
I once saw the Men in Black. They are real. No, I don't believe there are aliens on Earth. No. Do I believe that there is aliens out there potentially? Yes.
What about like under the sea, where the places we can't get to?
Under the
Oh, Pacific
Oh,
Rim. That's
that's
just a
Cthulhu.
peek into our future. That's all.
sea.
That's where
Thing
Cthulhu
is
lives.
better.
Everyone
Down
knows
where
that.
it's wetter. Take it from me.
Under the sea.
Here's a legitimate question for Arachno. There's actually a legitimate question.
Oh, cool. Finally.
To Arachno, do you believe that gay people should be allowed to marry in Christian churches? If so, why do you think so? I don't think we heard you speak on this on the podcast.
No, they weren't here for that yet. No.
I believe, and I think everyone else agrees, that it's up to the private institution to choose who they serve their services to. And I see the same way with churches. If they don't want to serve a gay wedding, they don't have to.
Okay, so you're basically on board with what Rin and Gemini were saying earlier.
There you go.
Yay! Another point for conformity on our side.
Another question for both Falcon and Arachno. Do do you both believe in video games that can cause? Okay. We have to reform this question, but I think I know what they're saying. Do you both believe that video games cause mass shootings?
No,
No.
because I
If
think like people who, so what they're
I
people trying
think
to say is that because people play video games, they cause mass shootings. I don't think that's true because you have to have like a certain level of like
Don't say it.
imagination where you can't really tell the difference between fuck I died in that part of my where you can't tell the difference between a video game and reality. And most people can easily tell a game's a game.
I think everybody agreed with when we were talking about this before. The the guy who tried suing Rockstar right
Take Two.
before was
Take Two.
Jack Thompson.
The parent company.
Um, he
Jack Thompson. Why do I keep saying Jack Trenton?
yeah
Isn't he the PlayStation guy?
I don't know, but so Rockstar makes these games, Grand Theft Auto, right? So I was playing these games when I was fucking 13, maybe 14 years old, and
You never
I
murdered
knew
anybody
better. I never murdered anybody.
that we know
I
of.
knew better. I knew better because I had parental supervision.
Wait,
They bought
did your
they
mom
bought the
watch you
games for
play?
me. Yeah. Yeah, they watched me play the games, and it's like
I now go steal that car
if
and make sure you shank that
if
person.
you have parental supervision and if you know the difference between what is reality and what is fiction, you're fine. Same thing with any other type of media. Playing a video game is no different than watching a movie or watching a TV show.
No, I unironically love the idea of like someone's mom backseat gaming them in GTA.
oh my god,
That's the funniest shit ever. What are you doing? Hit the pedestrian! Oh, you're the worst grandson ever. Wait, when I say grandson, oh, your grandmother's backseat gaming you on GTA.
oh wow, we got another legitimate question for Arachno. To Arachno. So you talked about extremes with children with gender dysphoria. Is there any other solution besides having the child to transition? And if so, what would those solutions be if we can avoid medically transitioning, as Okami Rin put it?
As said, I do believe that before resulting to that last resort scenario, it's always important to consult medical professionals, get their input. Um, Hopefully, if they say that, oh, it's mostly a form of depression that is not related to dysphoria, then we could just provide them like an appointment to a therapist, essentially. uh, like
I feel
there
really bad
are
because you basically answered this question like several times
I
already.
know, I know,
Yeah.
but I'm basically repeating myself. Essentially, there's so many other outlets before, choosing transitioning as a last resort.
Fuck, it's hot.
Therapy, doctor's visits, um,
Medicine.
yeah, medicine, trying to encourage uplift your child's self-esteem, because sometimes it can be a self-esteem issue. There's so many ways.
There's actually an extension to the question. I'm sorry, I didn't fully read that. That's my fault. The extension to the question was, um, do you I mean, that's essentially her answer. So I don't understand why this is the full question.
Uh,
It's gonna basically repeat yourself. I mean,
you could ignore it.
I could, but I think it was like a genuine question they had. Like they were saying that why would it ever be necessary for a child to transition? And they're basically asking Arachno if she sees it as an issue that children are transitioning.
I do believe that it is an issue to like having your kid transitioning as like the first approach, like not taking any other accounts, not taking like account of a medical professional. Um,
Yeah,
yes, that is an
like that
issue.
horror story I shared.
Um, and again, just to give you guys a perspective, the chances of this extreme scenario I'm proposing is like a 1% chance of occurring in reality. I just, I don't know. I lived long enough in this planet to see the world that it's not always black and white. There's typically room for some gray. And that's the thing I'm keeping in mind.
The next question is for once again Arachno and Gemini. You guys have a lot
Ooh.
of questions, Jesus.
Do I
Uh,
do? It doesn't seem like it.
Of course, Gemini got a fan
They're
base.
mostly insults more so than
Have we not
questions.
seen the lore?
Good
Canon?
though.
well, it's a legitimate question. It's asking if both Gemini and Arachno believe in God or go to church and
Oh,
pray to God.
I answered this last week.
Wait, did you?
Yeah.
Well,
I, I
I
actually,
on the
I
off
actually don't
chance they
remember, but
weren't
it's also
there.
pointed at it's also pointed at Arachno as well.
Oh, I am a naysayer. I am a lost sheep. Bahamut has stolen my soul into the arch depths of the ninth circle of hell. I am so
All right, so
sorry.
everyone, she's a pagan.
You know,
Uh,
my D&D group is about to
I'm
fight
not
Baphomet.
pagan.
How
Ooh, I get the
convenient.
torches, boys.
Get the
I'm
torches,
an
boys.
atheist. I'm an atheist,
Damn
and I was
pagan.
just trolling.
She's an atheist. She believes that there's nothing after.
They're also asking if you both hate religion.
Oh my god. Okay. So let me get this out of the way. So if you weren't here for last week's podcast, okay? I'm agnostic. I'm agnostic, so I don't say no to any kind of religion. I do believe that there is a higher power, but I uh
So you drink the
I'm
Dr. Pepper.
still I still yes. Yes, I do. Is it cola or is it root beer? You don't know. Okay. Anyway, um I basically I don't hate religion at all. I'm accepting of all people's religions, Satanists, atheists, Christians, Catholics, whatever, what have you. It doesn't matter. I like learning other people's cultures and religions. So, um, very open to that. But because it gives me an insight of things that I rather wouldn't have known. I was actually born Presbyterian. I didn't know what the
Wait, so
fuck
you
that
only
meant,
eat
but
fish?
no, that's pescatarian. I said
It's
yeah.
pescatarian.
All right, shut up. You know what I said.
I know, I know.
So I guess I was born Catholic, but I I only knew that we went to church every now and then. You know, I saw my grandmother there. She was a deacon. Um, and then after a while, we just stopped going. So it just and then I had this becoming of moment of like when I was in high school, I was like, what am I? And one of my friends helped me out with that. He was just like, well, do you believe in a higher power? Or like, do you like pray this, that, the other stuff? And I'm like, I don't know. And it's like, well, then you're agnostic. um, and I've been comfortable with that ever since because I'm very questioning of things. I'm very skeptical. So it's like I'm not saying no to, there being a higher power, but I'm also not saying yes. I'm more to the leaning side of that there is a higher power. So that's what I believe. I'm not religious, but I don't hate religion.
We'll go down
And
to
the
the
last
last.
time I went to church, I don't fucking remember unless it was someone's funeral.
All right, we're gonna go down to the last few questions before we end it. There is another question for
What?
you, Arachno. It's another legitimate question, I think. Hence, I don't know where it's leading. To Arachno, if you had children and your daughters suddenly believe they are a boy,
They
what
really
should
hung
you
up on
do?
Oh,
this.
bruh.
If you tell your daughter they are your son instead, wouldn't that cause more gender dysphoria issues?
I'm I'm not gonna go out of my way to say my son or daughter is a boy or girl. Like if they run up to me and say, "Hey, mom, I think I'm a girl," I'm not gonna say, "Yes, Timmy, you are a girl." I'm probably gonna I'm probably gonna ask them, "Oh, why do you feel that way?" It's like, is this something that you feel very strongly about? And if so, I would probably take them to a therapist or something if it progresses to a certain point.
I'm sorry, that was unironically funny.
Hmm.
What
I
happened?
want to.
No,
Oh,
Timmy,
by the
you
way,
are a girl. That's just funny to me.
Oh,
by the way,
like just
the
announcing, it's like you are a girl.
And it did that, like,
Congratulations.
specifically. I don't know why.
let me ask, with the religious
Choose your
question, that
gender.
question was not only to
Round
Gemini
one.
but to me as well, no?
Yeah, it was. It was. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump the question there. Go
Um,
ahead.
to answer that question, uh, no, I am not religious. I do not have gripes with religious people. My only gripes with religion tends to be with people that how do I say this? Uh, use religion in order to exploit others. That's my only gripe with religion.
Like
Reasonable.
televangelists.
Televangelist. You know,
Joel
I
Osteen.
agree. Fuck those people, yeah.
Yeah,
The
Joel Osteen
This
was
televangelist.
like,
goes across the board. It's not only for
Yeah, those
Christianity.
TV Christian, you know.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Joel
Wait.
Osteen
Hold
when
on.
he's
Hold on,
just
guys.
like,
Hold
oh,
on.
the homeless aren't allowed in my church.
Wait. Go ahead, Eddie. Continue what you're saying.
As I said, like and it's not only Christianity. This goes across the board with corrupt religious figures in Buddhism, all everywhere.
Oh yeah, the fucking Dalai Lama.
However, I'm not going to be a dick about rel with religious people and their beliefs. Like if someone were to ask me, "Hey, can you pray for me? I'm sick," or something like that, I'm going to, not be an asshole and comply. Does that make sense?
Okay, but wait, let's take that for a second. What does what I understand praying is all about faith and hope and this, that, the other thing. But when a tragedy happens in the world, right? And somebody happens to be in that part of the world, and there's changing profile pictures, and it's like pray for Paris and all this other. What does that really do?
Well, sometimes it makes people feel better.
But are we doing anything to actually change it?
But that's the thing. All right. So, Gemini. Like the thing is, when people like pray for whatever incident happened in whatever country or whatever place, it's just it goes along with what Ren's saying. I think it makes people feel better. But like, if you're asking, what are we doing to change anything? Well, ask yourself that too. Like, what can we do to actually solve that crisis? Like,
Join the
I
Peace Corps?
so are you going to join the Peace Corps?
No, I'm just saying we could join the Peace Corps.
I mean, yeah, but like, you're saying what can we do? I mean, like, are you going to join the Peace Corps?
Oh no, not me, but someone else should.
No. Obviously, I'm not gonna do it. I'm just saying, why?
Oh,
What-
so you're
what-
not gonna do it? Someone else
Oh
should.
yeah, no. Obviously, I'm not gonna do it. I'm
That's
just
funny.
Fuck it,
saying.
I'll do it.
I'm
Oh, boy.
saying, what is putting our profile pictures, pray for this, gonna do to other people in other countries when like actual volunteers or the actual military can help them more?
Okay, I'll agree with you. The changing of the profile pictures or the banners on your Facebook page, I think that's just signal.
I think that's stupid, and I think it's virtue signaling.
I agree with you.
That's why I'm saying, what can we as people do? Yes, we are able-bodied, and we could go over there or
Whoa,
join
whoa,
the
whoa,
Peace
whoa!
Corps
Not
to
everybody,
actually
not all of
help.
us are able-bodied. All right, I have a disability.
Oh
This
yes,
South
that's
Park
right. You have
episode all over again.
lumbago.
Wait, what?
You have
Is this the one
lumbago.
South Park episode that you're reenacting?
No. I was just waiting for somebody to say, "Oh, what's your disability?" I was gonna say being black.
What?
Goku, you have a question. To
Oh,
Goku.
Goku has a question.
Yeah, Goku has a question. To Goku. Vegans have terrible food, and you can eat a hot dog and love it! Exclamation point.
Get
Damn.
wrecked,
What's
son.
that's more of like that's not a question.
It's not. I just thought it was funny to tell you.
Get wrecked, son.
Obviously, you haven't had good vegan food. It's not terrible. Just gotta have the right stuff.
There's a continuation to that question. It's just even funnier. They're like, try meat and love it, and I will donate $200 for every T-bone steak you eat.
Goku, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. It's money.
Vegan steak. Oh, that'd be awesome. Like
Yeah.
in the live
What's
stream.
more important, your
Hey.
principles or
How
money?
many
Can I tell you
Yeah,
that
technically,
I'm
it's obviously
vegan
principles.
and that I'll eat?
You're not like all the other steaks.
And it has to be streamed live.
He's gonna
Wait, how-
he's gonna
how
go
is
through
it
a Vosh arc.
They said it has to be streamed live, and it has to be legitimate meat.
How's it cooked though? It better be well done. Extra well done. Like
Well,
charcoal.
I don't know if this person is even still in the audience, but like, we'll wait to see if there's a response. To Rin, do you believe in God?
Do I believe in God? Oh, this is such a tricky one. Kinda? Like,
You believe in aliens, right?
okay, so maybe it's hard to say. I'll say this. I try to live my life as though there is a God watching over me. Does that make sense?
Safest bet.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah.
Well,
There
that's
is
space
actually a
delivery, though.
response to Goku.
Oh my god. No.
Oh Lord,
No damn meat.
he upped the price to 500 per steak. and it has to be
Goku!
steak.
Goku!
Dude.
You,
do
you
it.
have to eat it rare.
I'd make it a
Ew,
Oh.
vegan steak.
disgusting.
Don't do it then.
How
Don't
many
do it.
vegan steaks can the Goku go through?
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
I
against the
eat
rare
steak
part. Can
rare.
it at least be like well done? I don't like rare steak. I wouldn't eat it. Well, I would eat a rare steak. I'll feel
Well,
terrible
you would
about
eat
it.
for $500.
Fuck yeah, I would.
Don't do it.
But I won't enjoy it.
Hell no. You gotta give
Still
me
saying don't.
not $100,000. Have to be.
That's the crazy part, though. Goku could probably cook a
lot.
great steak.
Oh hell yeah! I'll cook you guys a steak one day. See.
Ooh, this is a very controversial question. I don't even know if I
Please
should
be for
ask
me.
this on the
Please be for
podcast.
me. Please be for me.
It is for you.
Fuck yes.
Fuck.
Okay, so this person's obviously anti-gun, but I guess we will talk about this question. To Rin, since you don't believe in banning all guns, what if children suddenly picked up guns and pointed at innocent people, would you be able to point a gun at those children?
Um,
Okay, I
so,
well,
um, so if I'm going to be good faith Gary here, um, that's a tough decision. That's a tough call because
Not
in
really.
any all right, in any situation, you are weighing the potential danger to yourself or other people. And okay, let me put it to you like this. So in that, like the way I see, like this is how I see that scenario. It's like this is me being as good faith as possible. If a kid picks up a gun and starts pointing it at people, um, if I was in that situation and I had a gun and you told me I have to do something about it, I would not shoot unless that kid was like all right, if he's pointing at me, I might shoot because the way I rationalize it is I don't want to have to kill a kid, but if that kid shoots me and kills me, then that kid can shoot and kill somebody else. And then you have to weigh it. What's like how do you morally weigh it? That kid's life or one, two, or however many other people? And that's a very difficult and moral situation to be in. Me personally, I think I would shoot. Now, and my logical sense is responsible gun ownership. That shouldn't happen. Shouldn't
yeah,
happen with responsible gun ownership.
yeah,
It
because
will. It does. I mean, it does happen. I mean, children get their hands on guns, and sometimes they, hurt or kill themselves, or hurt or kill some other people, and it's a regrettable or lamentable situation. But ultimately, on the stance of whether or not people should have guns, that is something that I feel like that situation is something that we have to accept. Um, for the other benefit that I'll use this as an example. A woman walking down the street has a means of effectively and definitively fighting off any attacker. I don't think you can look at it in a one sided way.
Ooh, yeah, that was definitely a tough answer. I don't know if I can shoot a kid. Um, that's just me personally, but I I think I'm with you there, Rin. I actually do support your answer there. It's that's a very tough one. It's not that I would even enjoy doing that. I don't want everyone to think that's what Rin or I are thinking about that. We're not. That's definitely a very rough question, and I hope no situation
yeah,
ever occurs.
it's not like any of us is supporting that. It's
Oh, okay. So there's a little bit more to why the person asked that question. Apparently, they were a former journalist and they encountered child soldiers in Africa, where he watched someone point a gun at a kid pointing his gun at someone else. Oh, that's really rough. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I mean that's the situation. Like there's a
yeah,
child. Yeah, he's a child soldier. He is a kid, but you're like especially if you're a soldier and you're part of a squad. It's your life and your squad's mate's life that you are responsible. And
yeah,
I don't think you can, really. I don't think you can really justify, letting your squad mates potentially die because you yourself don't want the blood on your hands of killing a child because it's. Oh, I hate to say it's the trolley situation.
Yeah.
the th- Rin, it's also like it's either it's sad, but it's
You either pull the trigger and the
because
kid
because
dies, or you
because
don't,
one
and or other people die.
well yeah it's that yeah, but also it's like in war there's no winners, but
Saving
it
Private Ryan.
it's
Um,
One guy
Ooh,
go.
I have a good analogy. Let's removing guns from the example, but keeping it in the same spirit. There is a child, right? And hypothetically speaking, this child, if you do not kill this child, is going to let out a virus that will kill 6,000 people. Do you kill that child? Or do you let the 6,000 people die? It's the same kind of moral question, but, without the example of the gun. And that's where I'm basing it on.
No, I understand because we we
Like,
saw
yeah.
EFAP do
You should
that.
never have to kill a child, but sometimes you have to weigh the the consequences and the morality around whether or not you should kill that child.
It's also kind of difficult because you've seen situations. I don't.
I would
We've
just
seen
say, Rin, Metal Gear 5, Phantom Pain.
I was gonna say we've seen situations in war like that where there have been child soldiers in Vietnam and well when they were mostly used as bombs and
Uh, in Middle
same thing in
East.
Afghanistan
Yeah.
and it's just I can only imagine how rough it is on the people
There's
trying
another
to
big question. Where were all these interesting questions earlier? Oh my god. To Arachno, if you became president of the United States, what would be the first act you would make to better American society and economy?
Make more laws against nepotism.
Wait, what?
Define
Wait,
nepotism.
I don't think that would
Oh, make laws against
it,
nepotism. Okay.
Wait,
I
wait, wait.
Ooh.
Can you guys define nepotism for me?
Nepotism is
ne
all right. So let's just say you own a business and then you pass the business down to your son. It's giving favoritism towards family members, close
Well, if it's
friends.
your business, you pass it down to your son.
family members or friends of yours.
Yeah.
I would probably prioritize a capitalistic society that emphasizes meritocracy.
That's interesting.
But see, to me, I feel like there's uh there's cases where nepotism can work.
If the person's qualified.
After paying your
Well,
own life to build
yes,
a company, you want to give it to your son. Laws that's illegal.
The laws I would want to propose would only
like
allow people that are
for
qualified to
like
have a
for
role
instance,
or a
right?
job.
For instance, right? Fred Trump, right? Fred.
Fred Trump. Oh,
Uh,
that's a terrible name.
no, but that's what Donald Trump's father's
His
name
father.
was.
Oh, that's such a bad name. Fred.
Fred was a he was a business mogul. He was a mostly known real estate agent or something like that. And he had three sons, and only two of them took on the kind of,
Family business.
heir kind of thing. And Donald was the successful one, and he became a real estate magnate like his father. So that is kind of like the nepotism where it kind of works. Was he qualified to begin with? I'm not so sure. But obviously, you have to be trained in that kind of stuff. You don't just put a guy behind a desk and next thing you know, he has a TV show firing people.
Actually,
Grandfather.
I have a question for Arachno. How do you feel about inherited money?
Um, it depends what kind of economy the country has.
No, well, like in the same situation, like if you were to become president, would you do anything about inherited money?
Death tax.
Uh,
I'm not saying
There
that's the answer.
shouldn't
I'm
even
saying the
be a
topic
death.
is death
There
tax.
shouldn't
So,
even be a death tax. Fuck that.
where death tax makes no sense.
Well, it's not a death tax; it's an inheritance tax.
Your family relatives died. You inherit this.
Yeah, and they tax your inheritance. I disagree
honestly,
with inheritance tax. I think that's immoral.
honestly, I don't think I'm that how do I say? I don't think I've done enough research in terms of the financial sector to put like a hard pressed value in terms of inheritance just yet.
We have a lot of
Because
interesting questions. Oh my god. Go ahead.
no, the only thing I was gonna say is that because I can see some economical benefits of inheritance, so that's why I'm not too quick to press the button right away.
I know
I would say
there are some people, you know, the socialist types are just like, oh, we should confiscate rich people's, and you know, when they die, we should take all their money so they can't pass it down to their. There
Oh,
are
you
some
mean
people.
Eric?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Put your bank in
Sorry.
your kid's name.
Oh boy. This question for Falcon is crazy. I can't even believe he got the question. What?
It's a really. I think I can. What? Hit me.
You also got the
Hit me.
interesting one. Okay, so to Rin,
I would
if,
hit you.
if America converted to a monarchy system, an absolute monarchy system, how would American society change in your eyes?
Viva la
Wait,
revolución.
what?
It would change for the worse.
What? Oh, what? How? Oh, how do I even begin to unpack that? If America were to change to a monarchist society, what? How would it look? How would it affect the
How would
American
the
people?
society change?
Oh, uh, fuck.
And
Like,
they said with the current president.
oh, like
Oh my
Biden becomes
God,
king of
Biden.
America.
Monarchy.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh my
God.
God, that would be terrible.
His son. Oh God.
I don't. I actually don't even know where to begin with that.
That's a very interesting question though.
It
That's probably the
is.
start of it.
It is a very interesting question. I don't even know
You
where to
want
begin.
to think on that? Like if you want, you can think on that and I can ask Falcon his
Yeah,
very
I
interesting
need to think of that one.
TV show all that.
Can I
Uh,
ask?
TV show.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Arachno.
Sorry, I can't help but resist. Ren, do you think that you could beat Joe Biden in a fight?
Oh fuck yeah!
Oh my lord.
I mean,
Okay.
I ain't against older reviews, but you know, I'll lay
But
that
he knows
motherfucker out.
jujitsu though.
Okay, so Falcon, this is for you. This person had even put in quotations that they didn't get this question answered in the last podcast, so this is for you, Falcon, specifically.
We have a repeat viewer. Oh my god.
If you to Falcon, if you were given the position of a senator, what law would you propose to alleviate the issue of trans women in the women's sport leagues?
Oh, I would remove female sports entirety and just make it all one thing sports and allow everyone to compete
Oh my
in it.
God.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah, he said that last podcast.
Yeah, he said that last time.
Pure chaos.
Maybe it wasn't to the question, but
he
yeah,
want
yeah.
he
He wants
wants
pure chaos.
I want
He
people
wants-
to live the values that they
I
want.
think you're asking the
so they
wrong
can see how
person this
terrible
question.
values
Whoever
those
you
are.
yeah, he wants there to be no leagues at all, right? And he wants people to get what they ask for, basically, which would be death.
Them have their cake and eat it too. Poison be damned.
Places be dead.
No.
Yes,
No,
they
no, no,
begged for
no,
it.
no, 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 no. People can't have their cake and eat it too. That
Yes,
is
they
not
can.
how it goes. That's not how it goes.
Doesn't end happy, but they can.
Let me give you an instance of people having their cake and eat it too. So, okay, this is gonna take a turn, right? But so the N word, right? That word is
We really
no, 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 no,
We
no,
going
no,
there?
no, no.
Already?
Yes, yes,
Never
we're going there.
understand
We're
why
going
only
there.
black people
Is
can say
it
the N-word.
Saturday
Makes no
already?
No,
sense.
no, no, no.
Never understood that.
Shut up. Shut up. Okay. Now let's see. Okay, so this word was made out of was used with malicious intent and malice, right?
Was it? Let me stop. Let me stop.
But okay, you hear it in songs now. You hear it like
Oh.
literally by everybody who's not white, Hispanics, Asians, fucking whoever the hell else is out there who is not white, and they use it in a sense of the context of my dude, my homie, this kind of thing. So I'm
Bye.
gonna ask, I'm gonna
Heels.
ask, can the context are we gonna keep the context of it being racist, or are we gonna keep the context of it as in my dude? Because you can't have both. I'm sorry.
They can, but they want it, and then that leads us to the current
I mean,
chaos
I
in
think they
society.
actively do have it both,
No, you're not allowed to have both.
but they
All it
do.
does is create more racial tension when they try to attempt to
I
have
have
both.
a bad faith answer to
Oh,
Gemini's
I'm actually
question.
curious about this one. Go for it.
As long as all minorities are called people of color, we can use the N-word pass, but white people can't.
But but we never started calling you people of color. You guys started calling yourselves people of color.
Did
Yes,
we
you guys are
though? Wait, why am I saying
colored
we?
people. The colored people.
Wait.
Yeah, and
Black
some
knows a
people
person of color.
now. Okay, so some people now who are of different ethnicity would rather be called colored people instead of people
I
of
think.
color.
Oh, okay, okay.
So now why is that?
I mean, I have a bad faith answer. I mean, if you're gonna be racist, at least go old school.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
There's a bit more questions coming in. We may not be able to get all of it, but we have two very interesting ones again for Rin and Falcon. Uh, I don't know where these questions are coming from. They have nothing to do with what we talked about earlier, but it's very interesting how
It's
this Q
fine.
and A is.
Fine. It's
So
fun.
Rin, if you became a general of the American military, would you use all your resources to help Ukraine? If given the option, would you open the draft again, since you Americans love your guns?
No, I will never do a
Oh,
draft.
we
Okay.
Americans.
The,
Okay.
the only time I think it's okay to enact a draft is if, we are actively being invaded. Like, there are, foreign attacks on US soil. That's the only time where I think a draft is, you know, maybe
Yeah,
necessary.
like
But even then, only like the current military, like US military, I think
during World
can
War II.
no, I said current. The current US
No,
military.
no, I
uh,
mean when you said draft
Oh
is
yeah,
what
yeah,
I meant.
yeah, yeah. But like, I think the current U.S. military will do fine even if we are being invaded without a draft. It's maybe if there's like an extreme situation where whatever issue happens, um, a desperate situation, a draft, yeah. But and then the first question: would I use all my resources, use all the resources at my disposal to help Ukraine? No. And the reason I say that is because I understand the bigger picture of it all. We can't fully endorse and supply and just flat out become Ukraine's ally in the conflict against Russia, because that's a massive escalation and that's not going to. I do believe that we should support Ukraine in whatever macro way we possibly can, because I do believe, like, just going into the Ukraine war, but generally how I feel, it is a absolute dog shit horrible precedent that if we set that Russia or any other large power can just do whatever they want and the rest of the world just says, wags their finger, says bad. That's a terrible precedent, because all right, let's just say hypothetically speaking, in another world where the Russian invasion of Ukraine did go the way they planned, and it wasn't this drawn out year long conflict. Um, if we just did nothing about it, then what's stopping Russia from doing it again? Because that's exactly what happened with Georgia. That's what happened with Crimea. because
I was gonna
yeah,
I was gonna say it's kind of what happened with Germany in World War
like
II.
you have to
we
like
we let them have land, right? And
as a
then they just didn't
greater
stop.
yeah, as a greater collective society of the world, we can't just allow that stuff to happen. Like, just can't. Because if that's the case, then why wouldn't China get the idea? Oh, well, no one's gonna stop us if we just literally march troops into the bet and just annex it, permanently.
Aren't they trying though?
That's a different question. That's a different topic.
Yeah,
They're
that
always trying like every 10 years. It's like, oh, 10 years is gone already, huh?
Yeah. So yeah, would I devote all the resources at my disposal to aid Ukraine? No. Would I still sell weapons to Ukraine? I'm not, well versed in political, international politics, but I feel like we can get away with that without
yeah,
being
and not
directly
send
involved.
over not send over troops to fucking sabotage a
Yeah, like
freaking oil line.
yeah,
That
as far as we
fucking
can go without our direct involvement is where I would go.
yeah. Because
That's
at
what's
that
the question
point,
for me, though.
you're just involving yourself, and you're getting caught by the fucking enemy. It's like it's ridiculous.
As Captain America says, we have to stand up to bull.
I was gonna say, as Captain America says, that's America's ass.
All right, we'll do this question, and the last question is for Gemini. But
Ooh.
this current question is for Falcon. I really don't want to ask this question.
Oh no.
About his
Ooh.
sexuality, isn't it? Oh, wait,
I'm
you
intrigued.
doing one for Falcon?
It's Falcon.
Damn it, Falcon.
What I do?
Everything.
So
Shut up.
okay, Falcon, this is for you. I can't believe I'm asking this. To Falcon, do you believe you should impregnate as many women as possible to leave a stronger generation behind?
Oh.
Why
If
would I want to deal
so,
with more
what
than
Jesus
one
would you
woman?
teach
Christ.
your children
I
of the
don't.
many women you bred with?
I don't think Falcon would lead to a stronger generation.
Why would I want
Wait.
to breed of multiple women? One woman is enough of a headache. I'm be real with you. If I would like have like 12 kids with one woman. Yeah. Or men. 12 max.
kids,
Shoot
one
by the
woman.
dozen.
You heard it
Whoa.
here, folks.
She
You
should
heard
be
it
putting
here.
out a dozen, is what he said.
Heard it here, folks. He wants to live cheaper by the dozen with one woman.
I don't
Be
know
that
how I.
way sometimes.
Oh my
I'm
god.
so excited for the next podcast being about video. Finally.
Yo, come on, video game. Yo, Ren, can you come to Valorant and just like
Go fuck
carry me out of
yourself.
iron? You just gotta bring me to silver. That's all you gotta do, boy. I thought you were a better player than me.
Oh
I
yeah,
told
but I
you I
don't.
wasn't.
I didn't carry me out of iron.
I don't wanna. I don't wanna help you. Suck. I hate.
Not helping me. You're putting me in a position where I'm gonna have to fight people
Oh
who are way ahead
wow.
of me.
Okay,
So
sorry, I
that's a
read the
disadvantage.
question wrong.
Yeah.
Excuse me. To Gemini, if you were to become the president of the United States of America, what are the first few policies that you would enact? And
That is
would
random.
they make American society a better place in your own view? Kind of a
That's a
similar
really random
question to
question.
Arachno's earlier question, but all right.
What 4 policies would I put in place, and would I think that they would make America better? Huh. That's an interesting question. I
have work in 5 hours.
I would overturn.
Talk about the Gatorade or Red Bull.
That's how they
I think one policy I would enact I would overturn Roe versus Wade, because there
But it was
one
overturned. You mean reestablish?
sorry reestablish Roe versus Wade is because I feel like there was no reason to overturn it to begin with. Second policy is
Well, actually, as a president, you can't do that. Powers.
oh, I know it has to go through Congress, blah blah blah.
Okay.
Fucking Congress. Second policy I think I would put in as screw it. Let's go Vermin Supreme. A
Everybody
pony
gets a
for
pony.
each. Yes, everyone gets a pony.
Hell
What the-
yeah.
Finally.
My third policy is we're gonna have the first ever zombie apocalypse defense plan.
With the
Ooh,
We
ponies.
already have one though.
With
Yes,
the
with
pony.
the ponies. Yes,
Thank
with the ponies. And my fourth policy is
Free dental.
well, you get free dental with some health insurance.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Oh, he said some, not good enough. Fuck you.
It's like,
I can't say free healthcare. I don't want us to become Canada. Let's go with
Oh, Canada. How do Canadians say Canada?
Who
Do they say
cares?
weird or they say
Who,
normal?
who cares how?
Canada?
I was
Let's
about to
go
say
with,
the SM
we
word.
already
Can I
have
wait?
ponies, though.
Wait, Okami, can I say the SM word for Canadians?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Man, who cares what snow Mexicans think?
no
Excuse you.
Mexicans.
If they like to be called moose people,
For the fourth policy, I think I would
What
just make the alt right and extreme left not a thing anymore.
Damn.
I would take those two extremes out. I would just say, okay, all of you group of people and all of you group of people, you going to jail now.
well, the whole alt-right thing is just a marketing thing of the left.
Shut up, Lynn.
Of the alt-left.
No, it's not.
Just
Don't
shut up,
say
Lynn.
that.
Dan, that
And
fell for the trap.
Yeah, it's because Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer, they're just myths.
There should be a song called Psyops that sounds like Icon. but I don't know
and
if it's
I
Icon.
feel like that all those four policies would make America better because I don't know, they just would. You wouldn't have to deal with two fucking extremists, two extreme groups. You would get a free pony. Every citizen would get a free pony.
What's this about free pony?
You'd have your first ever zombie apocalypse defense plan, and shit. What else did I say?
Yes,
Everyone gets a free.
you would-
Everybody
I-
gets a
you would
blowjob.
reestablish. You would. I would reestablish Roe versus Wade.
Everyone gets a
Yes.
blowjob.
Yeah, I think that would make. I think that would put America.
And
at a
everybody
better
gets a
place now.
blowjob.
Can I make a suggestion?
Is it blowjob related?
No. I
Oh
think
my
every
God.
company should have an emotional support clown.
Emotional support.
Wait. You might be onto something here.
Might be on.
You know, like when someone's about to get fired, the emotional support
Yeah,
clown comes
emotional.
out.
Yeah, that'd be. It's like like slow. You know, like his
Okay, so
walkabout.
No, Addy, that's so bad. Because you know
there's
what
a
that
genuine
means?
question for Arachno. It's not bad.
No.
I guess they're asking
Before you
you.
ask the question about that Arachno, because then what that means is like, oh, can you see me in my office? You get to the office, the emotional support con is there, you're just like, oh no. he becomes the bad omen around the office. He's like the raven that's perched on.
He's dressed up as like that clown from
You never want to see him.
Terrifier.
Never want to see him. You know how you know what it means.
Speaking of emotional support clown, would you date a person whose career is a clown?
What's wrong with that?
I'm gonna say no.
Whoa, Rin, that's very clownphobic of you.
Yeah, that is pretty clownphobic of you, dude.
Yeah. What's wrong with
What did
that?
the clown do to you?
Clownphobic.
Clownophobic.
Emotional
Uh,
support is real work.
okay, so this is for you, Arachno. To Arachno, are you a liberal or progressive? And do you believe that the Republican Party should outright disappear?
Uh, I don't think that they should disappear. Um, I identify more. I believe that my policies align more with libertarianism, more so than liberalism or the Republican Party, if that makes sense.
Ah, so you're an anarchist. I'm kidding.
No, I'm not an anarchist.
Uh, this one's this is a funny one to Rin. To Rin, do you think Falcon is an extremist, terrorist, Trump supporter?
They only got one
Okay.
One thing right about that.
Yeah.
Extremist. Okay, I think he's none of those.
I think he's some of them.
I wouldn't call him an extremist yet. And the reason why is he's far too lazy to actually do anything to be.
Dang.
He's
We got
almost
ideas,
there.
not a lot of ways to put those ideas. We got ideas
He's
about-
almost there. Almost. He just needs that extra oomph to get there.
If I had the power of God, ooh.
I want you to fully answer that, Falcon. If you have the power of God, what would you do?
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
Nah, boy, we live.
No.
Answer the question, you coward.
So there are things you wouldn't say live.
Oh my god.
Oh man, then why is there another question for Falcon? Stop indulging him.
Come on,
Uh,
I'm being the fucking
mean-
what you call it here, the fucking
To Falcon, why how many kids do you want and why?
4
Oh my
minimum,
God.
12 maximum.
yeah.
Wait, 5 minimum?
No,
No,
4
four.
minimum.
no, he said
4
4
minimum?
minimum.
12 max.
12
Bro.
the maximum, because remember the movie. We
Yeah.
can't forget about the movie.
What, cheaper
Yep,
by the dozen?
Cheaper
Yeah,
by
cheaper by the
yeah.
dozen.
Yep.
I feel like I'm being the fucking
Falcon's hypothetical wife, her vagina is be popping out of there like they're coming.
Shut
man.
the fuck up.
Ooh, we got an interesting. Okay, so this is the last question. So sorry for the
You
other.
said that like
viewers.
10 questions ago.
I know.
No, I
Yeah,
said I'd
hard
read like
to
3
focus.
questions.
Hey,
But
I'm up.
wait, hold on, time out. Okay, so this is for all of us, and the last question. Since we're all in the room here, right? Whose political ideology in this room do we disagree with heavily
Lynn.
and would vote out?
Wow.
And it says choose 2.
Oh, we have to choose 2? Oh, wow.
Who coming down with me?
No, I can't think of anyone other. No, I can't think of the second one.
Wow. This is like the Hunger Games for all of us right now.
No, this is like we all just team up against Falcon, really. Like,
Everybody but me.
Oh my god.
Goku, you coming
Okay.
with me? Let's go.
Can you hear me?
yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So we have to pick
Eating tacos
two
all day.
We would have to pick 2.
two
Do I have a
people
say in
whose
this?
ideology we don't agree with.
Yes.
The most.
I'm a vote Arachno.
Wow, I'm
Ah.
offended for you, around.
That's fair.
I don't know what Goku's ideology is.
His ideology is vegan tacos.
It's just vegan.
Tacos.
His
Okay,
ideology
he's
is.
carefree. I don't.
I dated a vegan.
I would
Oh,
have
Goku,
to. I
you're
would have
cool.
to say. I would have to. I'm sorry for this, but I would have to say Falcon and
Don't we apologize to him?
Arachnos. I would
but
have
he
to
knows
say
I'm a
Falcon
real
and
OG, so-
Arachnos.
That's interesting. How about you, Rin?
That's the sad part. I can't think of anyone in Falcon.
He may hate me, but he knows I'm ride or die.
You can pick me. It's cool.
I don't want to pick you.
Knowing she next.
I find you quite reasonable. I find everyone here except for Falcon reasonable.
I'm reasonable. I'm just offensive. There's a
Everybody except for
difference.
Falcon.
All right, Goku. How about you, Rin? You think on it?
I guess if
Okay.
I had the meme, I guess Goku could.
Yeah, vegan.
Goku, we're making tacos all day.
Definitely.
All right, Addy. How
Always
about
Rin.
The taco idol, create a taco god.
Oh, Lynn, obviously, and I'm just gonna use the meme answer, but I don't fully subscribe to the pony economy, so Gemini.
Aw, damn.
Well, he had a
Free
fan
pony?
club, so I guess we can take his fan club with us. Me, Gemini, and his fan club, and like there's gonna be a boats, and there's gonna be hoes on the boats, there's gonna be boats and hoes.
I cannot believe this viewer just said Falcon has great thinking about the hose.
Yeah, boats
About
and hoes.
the wait, what?
No. Bad viewer.
Oh,
Bad
viewer.
viewer. Where's,
Bad viewer.
where's the
Bad.
spray
Where's the
bottle?
spray bottle?
It's okay. In a couple years, maybe Lynn might pull a Sneeko.
I don't know.
I think
about
it'll
that.
take a few.
No,
more
he
than
doesn't
a few
have that
years.
kind of star power
Don't have that kind of time.
yet.
So Falcon, you
Don't
still
consume
haven't
common
said
culture,
who
so
your
I'm
two
gonna- I
people
really don't
would
know what
be.
a Sneeko is.
Wait, Falcon, you said Arachno previously. Who else?
Me.
Nah, Ren, you're pretty cool. You're pretty chill. You're top G. Oh no, Gemini top G. You second top G. You mid G. Mid G.
Falcon.
What?
Falcon. Do you believe in Stockholm syndrome?
See who will be next.
I think he sees Stockholm
See,
syndrome as like, oh, she
Goku.
loyal.
No
Ukami's
kidding.
pretty chill. Gemini's pretty chill.
I got a pyramid scam going on. You want to get in?
Dang. There's two Gokus. I guess Goku number 2.
I'm just saying. Another reason why he probably voted for me is because I'm dragging him down further in Iron.
What?
Not
Okay.
Oh, there's a nice comment towards Arachno. It's actually in retort to what the other viewers previously said. To Arachno, don't listen to the other viewers' negativity. Keep your head up high.
Thanks, G.
Thanks, Gigi.
About Gemini. Gemini got any positive comments?
Actually, he has more questions, but we're not going to get into
Great
that.
question.
Oh, you can just send them my way. I'll answer them.
There's a list of.
Wait, did you give the link to the? I don't think I ever checked.
Oh, what, to our channel? I thought
we're-
Goku did.
I did. Was I supposed to? Maybe I did. Maybe I
Yeah.
did.
But it's out of
but
my DMs.
Before we go into talking and all that,
Yeah,
all right, guys. I guess we can end it here. It was rather interesting again. Thanks for the sudden viewers that came back from the first podcast. That was interesting. This is Okami, Goku, Gemini, Arachno, DD and Spirit, Falcon, and Rin. This is our.
Wait, hold up. I want to throw out my shameless plug. Follow me on Twitch, Rin_Evangel. Twitch, YouTube channel the same. I don't upload and I rarely ever stream, but follow anyway.
Please don't like and follow.
I stream maybe like once every, like if I'm lucky, twice a month, or at best once every 6. That's my streaming.
Oh, there's a lot of nice comments towards Arachno. Despite the negativity earlier. Some of them are saying don't listen to the other viewers. You have every right to speak your opinion, is what they're saying.
Oh,
There are some. Apparently, there's some viewers that are a little bit afraid of Falcon's opinion about 12 children.
Oh,
What's wrong
that's
with
what
12
they're
kids?
afraid of. That's what they're afraid of.
Wow. What's wrong with 12 kids?
one person with one person.
Well, okay, if you
Yeah,
really
why would I
want,
want to have 12 kids like multiple people? I'm like, nah, chill.
well, I think they were going on about one of them asked, "How are you even going to take care of 12 kids?"
I like the idea that like the eighth kid, after the
God
eighth
will
kid,
provide.
they just slide out unassisted.
Normally in large families, the
I
older child does take a
trying to
role
be
where they
Cannon.
assist with child
Trying to be Nick
raising
Cannon
of the
up in
younger
here.
siblings.
Trying to pull Nick Cannon up in this bitch.
If you space them
All
out
right,
long enough, eventually you'll have some help with some of the elder childs. Help
but
out the younger
anywho,
children. And
but
they,
anywho,
if you invest heavily on the elder child, the first ones that are born, then they can become good role models for the younger ones.
Oh no, he's doing the child parent approach.
Wait, what is the most babies
It works,
like
works.
carried at one time?
Wasn't it 43? Some
The
Russian
f-
woman.
What the fuck?
No, I'm pretty sure I'm right. There's some Russian woman with like 43 kids.
Oh, no, fuck.
No. I mean, like at one time. Isn't it like
Oh.
twins? Like twins, triplets.
Yeah.
The
Like, what-
Octomom
yeah.
8. That's why we called it Octomom. I mean, like, who had the most kids overall?
He opens his mouth and I cringe and
I'm not wrong, though.
all right, so we'll end it here. Hoshido, second podcast. Thank you all for listening. This has been a great night. We'll probably come again next week on the 12th.
and
So
hopefully you all have more hostile questions.
I need to get better.
Yes,
All right.
I want to hear the questions that you kept from me.
Oh my.
You rats bastards.
All right, so we can end it right here.
Okay. And I'm cutting them.